What was that? Oh, your headset's doing the thing. You're killing everyone, myself included. Why did NVIDIA broadcast decide to die? What is it? Default. Every time there's an update. Terrible. Okay, we were offline and something crashed, or I accidentally stopped it when the broadcast source changed. Okay, I think we're back. Okay, we're... oh, FPS.
Yeah, no, it wasn't my different problem.
Oh, okay. All I heard was like it was the loudest thing I've ever...
I know. I tested it. Yep, that hurts. Yeah, I just did that whole scene and I got it perfect after all that messing around, and then I found out that the NVIDIA didn't record it.
Oh, hey,
So
Deborah. So Deborah, working on an interactor. So check this out. So see the rays here. I want to separate this from the FPS controller. So now when we go over, like normally we have like a ray cast on the gun, so we can determine, you know, whether the FPS controller can grab something or not. But now we have one for the character itself, and it'll highlight anything that's interactable. So if we go over to the... I'm always afraid of filter, man, because like the editor freaks out and has memory leaks for some reason whenever I like try to filter something in this particular view. Which is why I like this view, because I can have everything like in a hierarchy. Like hierarchy in this form, 2 rows, is amazing. Anyway, can't trust Unity, but check out the interaction script. Right, so like island bar top, and I can change the distance of the right cast, right? So then I know, like, you know, right now it's none. Look, now I can interact with the couch. Now I can interact with the bar top. Now I can interact with the coffee mug. Because these surfaces themselves had to be like an eye interactable interface, because the idea is when I do have the coffee mug in my hand, because I move the male rig over to the female, and ironically enough, because all the target positions are the same, everything just works. So the idea is we can interact with this in fire, and that will cause the player to check the equipment system, and then, you know, equip the prop, interactable prop, I think they called it. And then of course this is extending upon the fact that I'm going to have the rig targets on this game object as well. So if it is an eye interactable and it has a rig target or an eye rig target or whatever, then our rig system will will know to, you know, turn it into the active interactable object, and then, you know, set all the targets and stuff. So if it is like an actual equipment, you know, piece instead of a prop, it'll handle it a little bit differently. But the idea is to build like one unified system that works well. If I can take a sip from the coffee, you will totally be able to take a sip of the coffee, because it won't be necessarily the coffee you're taking a sip from. You will be driving an animation override, which will be bringing the coffee up to your mouth, because it'll be the same animation for like a beer or whatnot. You'll just be holding on to it differently. So I'm going to use runtime IK for everything, right? You need to be able to take a sip of coffee. It's kind of a, you know, kind of a thing. Anyway, and then we can like interpolate, and we can like kind of grab the coffee mug. So this interaction system is now working. I had to make sure that the material instances were working and loading up correctly so they don't freak out. I have this kind of like pre-baking, and then let me look at it again. So on the prop, we have an interactable prop, and then it has this outline script, and then the outline script also has a pre-compute outline. So if it's like multiple mesh colliders, it'll go through and figure out like what materials had to be it'll kind of like pre-calculate the materials here. These instances, these get added, so that way you always have your base material, and then you're adding in the layers, and then what the material is designed to in the script is it's kind of z calling the main material here, like so it's doing like a calling, you know, of the outer layers of the material, but keeping the edging with the shader. So we're kind of just, you know, just layering on the materials and then kind of like decimating the game objects. So anyway, this is much more performant, with the exception that all props or all interactables of some sorts might need to have this outline script on it. That's like the downside, but I don't need to go add the materials or anything. It does it automatically. You know, and there won't be that many things that need to be interactable, and I'll probably like make it like an interface of its own type thing, where maybe like whatever the prop is, the prop itself might be inherited from this in some way, or you know, just find a way to make it clean. But yeah, so the goal today is I would like to not have the coffee cup in my player's hand, but I would like the option to pick up the coffee cup in the player's hand. So we want to be able to hold C while we have the coffee cup, and you can see I'm still raycasting here, and be able to spawn the instance, the clone of the object. So here I'm just like picking up the object and I'm leaving the clone here, but we're actually doing the opposite for pickup and placement. So we're doing like kind of the inversion. So we want to keep the coffee cup in the hand, and this time we're going to be moving around the clone, the snap point, and then you know, then wherever we would, because this is also attractable, it's I interactable and I attractable. I naturally just get the ability to move it without having to do anything. All I have to do is just literally inherit from I interactable, and because it has a rigid body on it and a collider, the system knows what to do with it without me having to worry about it. Makes it super easy. And if there was a snap point, it would make the recommendation of where it should be from that snap point. But yeah, it's still going to be like a little bit of jank and a little bit of work. But if I get this working, I can move over to what I really want to do, which is placing the IK targets on the prop itself, and then that way I can create props, set all the IK points on the prop itself, and the origin, you know, of where that prop should be in relation to the IK points, and then, you know, its ability, the player's ability to hold it is tied to the prop itself. So we can make custom weapons, make them interactable, set the hand positions and everything, and just be good to go. Can you equip the coffee cup? Can you equip a second coffee cup? So ironically enough, the trade-off of being able to do it this way, which you can see in the male version, is the two hands are totally independent of each other, and you would be able to do that. The interaction system would just need to know when I select it that you know, that a hand slot has been taken and that there is a right hand slot, right? So depending on if you're left-handed or right-handed or whatever, right, if there is two slots which hold IK references, then it would, you know, no reason why we wouldn't be able to do that if you wanted to double fist coffee, but I'm not sure, like, you know, if that would be something that would really matter. On the male, when we're holding the gun, we still like have the weights of the coffee mug. So like here, for example, if we go into the female, and we go ahead and go to the coffee in this case, because I think the ordering, yeah, so if we look at this one, if we go to utility for the right hand, I guess left, yeah, right hand, if I weigh this back, I'll still be holding on to the coffee mug, right? So it's just the priority of the weights. So then, like, I could be going around with my couch and, you know, my coffee mug in hand, and everything's all Gucci, you know? So I need to put the time in to do this correctly, because I don't want to have to do any animations then. And the idea is that our rig is the same rig that the NPCs have, so everything that we can do, the NPCs can also do, right? And they can equip things. They can go up to objects and then like equip them, and they'll be in their hand, and and we can do the same things, right? And then it'll be scalable, right? Like, because I can set the fist position, how tight the fist is, right, during that animation segment. So the idea is to make all animation be runtime, so you don't need to build up this massive animation override system. We're just building up IK points and state values. So like how close is the hand during like this IK, and then we're always interpolating between those minimax values. So in the IK target, there'll be like 5 transforms, so like 5 references. Where is the palm? Where's left hand? Where's right hand? Where's the feet? How what is the weight value of those, right, as a float from 0 to 1? And then so we know how to hold on to it, because ideally, like like I was saying before, as part of the scope, all NPCs in the game and all players, they just go and grab their food off of a tray. So the idea is like you would go up to a bar and food would spawn on the tray, and then you would grab the tray, and then you would bring the tray over to a sitting position, and then all the animations, all the more advanced animations, which would play like while you're seated in an actual controlled position, can then play, because everything is going to be like positioned on the tray exactly in one spot. So it kind of makes it easier when we're like, obviously they're not going to be, they'll be kind of stuck to the tray, but when you're looking at other NPCs at the truck stop, going and buying food and kind of like walking over and sitting down, I want them to have a real natural environment. And then like, I want them to look natural when they're also like carrying their own cargo around and stuff. So like, I want you to kind of feel like the station around you is alive, and the behaviors look complicated, but they're not complicated. They're just, just NPCs are just doing what players can do, only, with nav mesh agents. So, that's kind of the, the idea. Pew, pew, pew. How's your day going, Turning Cup? We've been, man, I went through all last night after the stream. We did absolutely nothing but polish. We swapped out the NPC animations. We changed most of the where Fusion's working on the video. Check out this the plate system now. Because I mean, we've seen it all before, but I mean, goes all right. I helped the dude out with some lighting. Hell yeah. So check this out. So, here we are, and our ship is the real ship. But look at how great the ships are coming in. So all the NPCs now have the same engines, right? There's still, you'll see the gravity volume around this plane is still being affected by the effects. But look at how good they are, right? Because the AI is fully dynamic. And I added a whole bunch of ships. So look at them come in. So like I said, that was the exterior of the bounding gravity volume, right? But they come in and actually land now. They take off. It doesn't matter what angle they're on, right? Like the system is completely dynamic, and right, like it's flawless. They'll go back and forth. Like we even angled the the stuff differently. Like so their approach vectors are being recalculated as they're taking off. They're doing their thing. We fixed collisions in the build. Go 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 go. Nope nope nope. You got away. I get you. Go 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 go. Fine. I'll get you next time. I'll get you next time, Gadget. So see, once again, see they're not, these raycasts which draw the ground effect are not supposed to be affected by the gravity, but they're totally like hitting the invisible walls of gravity like volumes. So that's kind of stupid, but ignore it. Just know that obviously that's not going to be a thing. But just watch them come back, right? And they'll just fly, forever. They'll take off. When they come back, I'm going to kill them, because we also fixed the system where they couldn't be destroyed in the game. But there was like a problem with them. So we're just waiting for their timeout. They're just kind of idle. And remember, NPCs can walk to their own ships, and NPCs can get in their own ships. Really soon, you're going to see a full scene of 2 stations where NPCs are coming, going to their own ships, taking off, arriving. You know, it's going to be dynamic. They're going to be buying cargo, selling cargo. It's going to be like, you know. So their approach vector now is kind of weird, but like I said, it'll handle it. Check it out. Right? I have a Canadian question. Maybe. Okay, get back to hand. 1 second. Let's kill him. There we go. See, look, working salvage. We'll let this one live. Screw it. Let's just destroy them all. I'll let you live. So I can jump in my main ship and like go blow them all up. You know what I mean? And everything is now, you know, looking a lot better. I can control my own VTOL just from exterior because we're doing a lot of stupid, I don't know what to call it. How do you know if my Canadian bacon is actually Canadian? There's like a heated brand of hockey team on the animal. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, I'm actually missing a collider on the bottom. I just realized that. I think the joke went over my head. I'm sorry. Where's our friend is but yeah, so this new selector should be a lot more performant. I might change it to a coroutine so we're not continuously sampling the things around us, but yeah, it's fine. It's the only weird thing I'm doing. Out of all the things I'm doing on input, I think raycasting to see what I'm looking at is forgivable. You know, given like majority of my game, I don't do anything on input. You know, I do a few things on fixed update for the physics, but most things are events. So I think I can survive having the interaction system be raycast on the input update, and it's not going to kill me. Yeah, see, that's stupid. But look how good it runs, man. Like everything's running butter smooth. In the build, we're getting like 100 FPS. And you know, like we won't have to worry about like ships like landing in the atmosphere. They self-correct themselves, and you know, it'll be you know, fine. I'm gonna kill you. Oh yeah, check this out. Oh, let's see if I can do it. Hang on. I think no, it's not gonna let me. You can, when it's fixed, you can tractor the NPCs, and they like fight you. They're like, I need to go do my thing. Help. And it's funny. But anyway, no, they're all dead. So anyway, that's some of the crazy stuff we've been doing. Check out this one. This is we wanted to showcase some of the Patreon like things. What do you mean? The main space truck is exactly that. Because the whole game is, you know, designed to be multi-crew. Like here's the new fighter that we're working on in a better environment because I want to showcase the yeah, all games are better with a buddy, you know. So this is the IK stuff that I'm working on, the dynamic IK stuff. Right? So you know, like the player's controls and everything will be like, you know, driven by the ship. But yeah, so you know, these were screenshots I was taken earlier. So Patreons get like different engine trails right now. You know, it's my my attempt at funding, but you know, but this one, right? The main space truck is the van is 2 people, right? 2 people, right? So you you know, you want to go kind of teams type thing, right? Because you're in space. You get a little bit of redundancy that way, you know, and it's not so lonely. Oh, it totally turned it off. Oh, maybe it didn't. Hang on. Although it didn't actually close the door. It's supposed to close the door automatically when we anyway. So yeah, there like eventually when my game like really takes off, I'm gonna do capital ships, but they're gonna be like massive freight transport, and that'd be super fun. But that's a scope, like that's a future thing. I'll be happy enough right now to get everything just working with the medium class transport and the fighter, and get the missions and stuff like that working. I need to get the 3D star map finished, and when all of that is said and done, I'll be happy with things, right? Because everything is removable. Where's that other engine, right? So it's getting there, but there's a lot of stuff I need to do for multiplayer to get everything kind of synced and stuff. A lot of the RPCs, a lot of the game code needs to be adapted to a network behavior, but nothing too crazy. Nothing, it's work, but it's not like challenging work. Because this year, like, I have no. I don't really have an item slot for props in the equipment system, so it's kind of. Yeah, so we can interact with it, but I need to figure out like how I'm gonna manage this, but I can create something that's kind of serializable and we can maintain the poppy cup across session. And I could do the equipment as like a mono behavior, but I think I'm gonna do something a little bit different with it. So yeah, that's kind of the updates. Like last night, I just sat there, me and Fusion, and did a ton of polish, and got a lot of the stuff kind of cleaned up. And I'm gonna do a video highlighting, everything up to this point, and then hopefully, I can kind of throw that up on some social media. And it's a bit early, but I still think it's, it'll be fine. Even if it's kind of lukewarm right now, it's like, hey, this thing is only a year old. It is what it is, year old, one person, it'll get better eventually. All I care about right now is getting a lot of the core systems in. So I could just hack it for the time being and interact with it, and then I just instantiate that object into the hand position, and then we're kind of good, depending on what type of prop it is. But I don't know. Just gonna play around with the code. I'm already like not liking the smell of things, but yeah, because if the coffee cup was equipable, as well, or like in the prop, I could inherit from iEquipable if we know that type of prop is going to be equipable. Then I can inherit like these default methods I have on the interface, where like it'll just if in the main equipment slot there is a component which happens to be equipable, it runs use, and then use would have a custom animation to sip the coffee. Mm-hmm. So it's IK hand right. And then on rigs. It's this one is a 2-bone constraint. And ideally, this one is going to get deactivated for the right. And I'm going to use this one as the main rig for the right hand. Time for the hourly Unity crash. Nice. Man, 2022 is so bad. Like, it was legitimately terrible. Waiting for LTS. One day. One day we will have LTS. Okay, so this should be the old one. This will be the new rig. And we'll leave these kind of like individual. These are like custom positions that we need to move into the prop, but I won't move them into the prop right now. I'll set a bunch of these IK targets for different things and put them on the model. So we'll have a coffee position, which will be the IK position, which has the rotation. So that way, if the coffee is instantiated there, we know it'll just need to be like zeroed out. The only thing with the coffee mug, hang on, let me open this in isolation. Yeah, I kind of hate that when I made this thing, it's like rotated already, but it's not really supposed to be. Unless I wanted it to be, even the position of this thing actually is not supposed to be Yeah, I might have to change it. It's gonna really like mess everything up completely, but the prefab is definitely supposed to be centered. Let's make my life a living hell by having to fix a lot of this. Yeah, there we go. Don't say it's 180, 180, 180, which is the same. Yeah, so this actually should be fine. Other than the rotation, but that's because of import. Now if we need to, we can instantiate a game object in the coffee position, parented to the coffee position when we pick up the coffee. You know, so we can either have a world space, like an in-world coffee cup that we just kind of reparent to the coffee position, and then we deparent it back, which is good for now-ish, but it won't be good for multiplayer. When we get to multiplayer, we have to kind of like instantiate a network object for it on the player, or create a local player version of the coffee cup, which each client syncs. So that like on each client, if they're holding whatever equipment, their equipment loads in through a sync list of some sorts, and then it'll just instantiate, you know, when they connect those items on them. We might do the reparenting now that we know everything is good. Good for nowish, so permanent feature. It will be permanent until netcode would need to be done. Coffee is equipment confirmed. Coffee would be equipment, definitely. So let's just make sure that we haven't totally messed it up. And that our hold position is still good. Yep. And that we now have selectables now, Colin. Check it out. We now have a full item interaction system, which has a limit. So I have it set to 2 meters. So if we check the female here, we go down to our item interactor, 2 meters. This is the target transform of anything the raycast sees. You know, that is an eye interactable. So now we get the best of both worlds because it is eye attractable and eye interactable. If I bring out the tractor beam, see, notice the independentness of the rigs. We can now select and tractor it. And right, and we'll be able to now at Space Bikini Coffee Adventure is eye explodable. Those are my favorite. Not yet. Soon. You know, that's like it's a future feature. But without anything held, which is now like de-equipping my rig completely, but that's fine. You know, we'll be able to interact with this coffee mug, which will you know, set the weight and then reparent it. And this is a great working title. Yeah, Space Bikini Coffee Adventure. Yeah, that's the perfect title for today. Right? But I don't try not to get into the habit of making things single playerish right now, but we really need it for just testing stuff. So I don't know. Maybe we worry about sync of it later and just kind of get it working. Because right now I just don't want to. Yeah. So I'm going to remove our now that we have a coffee position for the rig controller, and our coffee is zeroed out, I'm going to get rid of our coffee prefab. And I'm going to find a set on our rig controller. Let me just remove this permanent coffee mug now that we have this kind of set up here. So she'll no longer have a coffee mug. And then by default, for hand right, we'll leave it at 1 for this position. But I don't know if her holding the gun is now going to work, because I think the gun doesn't have like we need to get the, you know, the targets merged so that, you know, when we're in this rig, you know, we're no longer just using the so that's kind of like what I need to kind of do. But for now we'll put it away, and we'll hopefully interact with it, and then whatever the interactable is, we'll kind of make a spawnable system, because I think equipment has access to the rig. In the equipment system, I think there's access to the rig controller. Maybe not. Yeah, because I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with props, whether props are equipable or not. And they have a use, an alt, a plus, a minus, and a drop. I think we do actually want props to be equipable, but I don't know. I might have to like kind of like, you know, I don't want universally props to inherit equipable if it's not something that's gonna be you know, maybe want to make something a little bit different, like make an equipable prop which inherits from interactable and equipable, but it's like its own thing. You know, it's still like maybe a little bit of inheritance, but you know, because there'll only be certain things that are technically like props in the scene, but also equipable. They'll kind of be the same, like your beer, your foods, you know, like the visual displays of things. And I'm sure I'll have to rewrite and refactor a lot of this stuff to make it not be shit. But I could make the interactor do it for the time being, kind of like, you know, as we're testing it. To be like, hey, you know, we have a target. What do we do with this target? Once we have it kind of defined, and you know, or you know, tie the interactor into the equipment system, and have the equipment system kind of take care of it, which is kind of how I would want it to be. But I don't know what slot I'd want to put it in. I feel like I want to make a prop slot, which is kind of stupid. Because a prop slot is still going to be like in the same place, but I mean, at least we can not mess with the existing tools that are being equipped, and there can be which one, you know. Because I think a prop slot would be kind of interesting, and it could be something that we could switch to, so we can switch to the coffee. You know what I mean? So it's still then cyclable. So we can have like primary and secondary for the equipment slot, and then you know, we can have our, you know, prop, and there'll be a prop slot, which we don't have. So let's do equipment slot type. Might actually make these be a one-liner. Don't think they're that long. And I don't know. We'll just kind of go with it. Primary, secondary. I don't know what I have serialized here, so I'm gonna just add it to the end. Belt, hands, and it'll just be a prop slot, and I'll kind of know what to do with that. I think I'll turn that into a utility slot instead of a weapon slot. I don't know, like, you know, just it's too early, so this will be our prop slot. This way we can serialize it and save the coffee mug in some weird state, you know, within the it's in the game. And then the equipment slot has an item, but the issue is our Unforgiven space items. So like our actually that's not a problem. Hang on, because it's pretty sure an item is not a big deal. Item type can be a prop. We can actually just create a custom item for this, for the equipable, because the item, and then props can have item slots then. You know what I mean? We can have item ports, so like props could have props, and you know, whatever. It's like a, you know, so our item is our mono behavior, and then what we can do then is inherit from that. So we can kind of make our prop, interactable prop, inherit from a an item. It would be an item. What are we working on? An interaction system. But now, when we inherit from the item, I might still need to expose our base item type, but this will be fine. Yeah, I'll show you here. So I've kind of removed the coffee cup here from our hand, and but the idea is that we we have this interactable system where we kind of walk up here to the coffee cup, which is selectable. And then when we select our coffee cup, we will, parent it into our equipment system. But we need to make sure all the types and stuff are selectable. So right now we can kind of like move things around. This is both a prop and an item, which happens to be attractable and interactable. And we need to, just be able to bring it into an equipment slot on the player that we can serialize, and then that'll be good. We can go and pick it up, and then ideally, then we should be able to save that player equipment to a scriptable object or a JSON file by UUID, and then we'll be Gucci. So that's the idea. And if you're new to the stream, I'm working on a game called Unforgiven Space. It is a space trucking simulator like Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen. So you buy cargo, you sell it, you bring it from station to station, and you just live in the universe. It's going to be fully multiplayer, and kind of like a Sea of Thieves kind of experience, I guess. With some procedural planets. So we'll have some big space trucking ships that kind of pull cargo. Think like Cowboy Bebop, Heavy Metal Lady type thing. You kind of hook onto these big like cargo trains and pull them. And then you have your kind of smaller box missions, which you would just kind of, and the ship itself, of course, is fully, modular. You can take off the components and upgrade everything, and dynamic gravity volumes, all that stuff. So this is just some work in progress. Yeah, so I'm trying to make a game that feels like it's in the same type of universe as Cowboy Bebop and Firefly. It's more motorcycle gang oriented. Like space is controlled by the corporations. You're like piece of shit, you know what I mean? You're barely getting by. The truck that you're in when you start the game is owned by the corporations. You're like $400,000 in debt. You're crawling your way back, but while you're doing that, you're gaining reputation with each of the factions, the systems you're in. You're slowly becoming known. You think the goal is just to make money, but it's not. It's to slowly build up the. So it's Animal Crossing in space. Exactly, it's every game you could ever imagine. Whatever convinces you to join Patreon. I haven't played Animal Crossing. I hear it's amazing, and that it's great. But what in? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Gravity volumes. All the gravity volumes had to be redone, and I hate it. It sucks. So in our equipment slots here, so what I can do is let's open up this. See, this is serializable, but the equipment system, I really need to kind of give it a scriptable object configuration or something, but I mean, it's fine. So here on our player, we're going to create a new item slot, and this item slot is going to be a prop slot. That'll be our prop. It's just going to hold the reference to whatever prop we select. I'm going to say 1, 2 for the input system. So these are going to be bound by reference. I'm going to give this one slot 3. Ideally, I want to change a lot of this stuff. It has a great formula for player engagement. I don't know how good it actually is, even after dumping a ton of hours into it. Wait, you don't know how good it is, even though you're already playing it? I'm assuming that's probably a good thing then. So I want to actually, let me open the mail. Mail rig. Yeah, it's going to be like a lot of bullshit today. I really need to clean up some, like, I had like duplicates of all the IK systems, and I want to get it down to one unified IK system, and I got to redo the hand a little bit, like, just I know that when all this is done, then we really don't have to worry too much about a lot of stuff, and it'll be easier to sync with the animator then, like a lot of these weights and then it's really only instantiating the objects within the player locally for each of the clients, and then like setting things up. Because one thing that I'm not doing, which I've already done for the props, like I have a component system. Let me add that equipment slot real quick. Add a new equipment slot, and this is going to be our prop slot, and it'll be number 3. Just for the time being, because I have like an item mount. This was like the old way of doing it, and then I kind of converted it into slots. But this will need to be changed and organized a bit. So back to the player. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna show? Something? Had an idea? Clear this. Yeah, the only thing, yeah, so the interactor needs access to the rigs. Yeah, this one, this target by default needs to be the weapon of selected. And this one here needs to be redone as well. And then you can alert between, like, are we holding the coffee cup? Are we holding the gun? Are we holding, like, what are we holding here? Yeah, so we need to interact with it. So we're gonna bring it into. I need to. Oh yeah, I want to see what the equipment slip was doing while we were toggling. I know I have a head slot here, but I mean, so we're 1, 2, and I don't have anything 4, 3 right now, and I do want to have 3 be the prop slot for whatever prop we have selected. I think I've kind of like, I think it'll make it easier, because then the player can always have 1 prop in their equipment, which could be like a hacking key or something in the future. But I still have like a primary and secondary hard-coded, weapon, utility, and then auxiliary, or whatever it'll ultimately be. So we do need to add in our input system. So you guys have to bear with me as I take my time here. Because I have slot 1, slot 2, slot 3. So we're just going to duplicate slot 2. It'll become slot 3 automatically. And this will be 3 on our keyboard. Alright, so this will be our individual slots. Technically, I might as well actually do the 4th one while we're at it here. Just to kind of get them bound, because we're going to use it here in a bit. Okay, so this will be slot 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll kind of bind those on the player controller, and it just that just gets sent into the into the input system anyway. We do need to bind them. Right, so slot 1, slot 2. I don't think we need it canceled on slots, because we only ever select a slot. Like, we do it again to deselect it. So I think we only need it performed. We don't need to cancel, because it'll unselect it. So that's why I have like some of the stuff in here. And we'll do 3, 4. I don't know why these are actually like custom commands. I think so I was gonna rename them. I was gonna, like, if I want to refactor them, the on utility, on auxiliary instead. So I did keep them as, because obviously I could have wrote a function like on slot and then put 1, 2, 3, 4 into it, just feed in the number. But I think there was a method to the madness of why we were hard coding slots, because I think it's not been determined. What we want the functions to really be, and we'll create those on the enable. Yeah, we are only using performed. We don't really need the canceled or anything. slot 3 and slot 4. And then our input system bindings, we'll just set those up. So we're desubscribing to them. Oh yeah, so here, see, so we are actually doing exactly that here in the function itself. For 3 and 4, we're just feeding in, 3 and then 4. So the system is actually kind of doing exactly what I intended it to do, and we're just feeding that into the equipment manager. So, and then whether something is equipped or not, we either equip it or unequip it, and then we're good. The only thing I need to figure out is like if the player right now already has an instantiated version of the thing that we're equipping. So I don't know if I haven't really created the weapon spawning itself, from the inventory, like loading it in. We just kind of always have one on the player as a reference, as far as I'm aware, in the IK system. So I'd like to actually change that and kind of like move it into the slot and then make it active. So now we should have our 4 item slots, which shouldn't really break or do anything. Right, so we should have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they should, unequip, equip, vice versa. And there's no targets on 3 yet, or on 4, so we're just kind of holding nothing. We want to get to that. So the goal now is when we go and select it, we need to tell the equipment system, hey, equip this particular prop. And then we'll take it for ourselves and parent it to our player, and have a good enough temporary solution for the time being for the prop. So yeah, our default. Yeah, let me just turn some of these. There was a cleanup way of. It's not doing anything, so we'll just make it short until it gets more complicated. And then, so here we're setting our slot. So we're disabling any unusable items. And then only equip it if a slot is different. And then we're setting the items game object. So once we pass the game object reference, we're literally turning it off and on and making it invisible anyway. So it just works once the slot itself has the item assigned to it. But we do need to parent it to its correct location, even though it is in the slot. And we can toggle it off and on. So what we're doing, we're just going through the equipment slots and then setting them to be inactive. I don't have a has tool. Like I had a bunch of helper functions. I don't know why. Because we could actually send in a T. We could do like is equipped, and we can send a class by T reference and do a type of check. And I think that would just be fine. I don't really think we need to like is tool is whatever. And then what's great then is we can get the components equipable flag, and if they were an equipable item, then all the animation triggers then would be happening. Yeah. So when we're doing, see this thing, I don't think we have an equip function on the equipment for bringing a world space object into the equipment manager and setting the slot. We've already like we're doing it. Yeah, because is there an equip function? itself. So there's an equip item, and we're doing it by multi-tool, but it's not referenced by anything. Right? So this is one of those weird ones where like we're kind of doing some weird, more slower, you know, like use tool, and this could be like its own function. I don't know, like this is redundant, but we can, for now, we can check and see if the item is actually a prop, and then we can go through the slots to see if the slot type is actually a prop, and then we'll put the item there. And this could kind of be like this could be where another interface would kind of come in, and we could be checking on the interface itself and not the type or the type of object or whatever. But this is still fun. Like technically, we could do a case, really, we could do a switch on it, which would also be you know, great to switch on the type and then, you know, iterate through checking. Yeah. But it's not a big deal. So, you know, check for a prop, and then it'll equip that prop. The only thing that we're going to need to figure out is where, like, is this referenced anywhere? And is it just me writing code in advance to be able to automatically equip it? And if so, then in our FPS interactor, which already has a reference to the equipment, which it might not right now, it probably doesn't. So let's do a private reference. Let's do a private equipment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, you know what? The interactor needs the FPS gimbal, because that's what the interactor is using to see what it's looking at. It's taking the gimbal from the player. I don't want to define it, you know, anywhere. We're just going to go get it because the FPS controller should have it. So we're going to actually do a required component for a type of FPS controller, because there must be one. If we have an interactor, obviously we have a controller. And, you know, and if we're interacting with something that we can possibly equip, we're also probably going to need equipment as well. Right, so we can either stack it, or, you know, some people will say, well, you know what, it's an interactor controller. We really need it, and it might be FPS equipment instead of equipment. Equipment might be generic, because there's also ship equipment, but we'll just set it up like this. So we have our interactor, which must have equipment, must have a controller. Hey, David. And then once we have our equipment, which is private because we're not referencing it anywhere, at least now, then we'll go ahead and set our equipment to be our equipment. So now we can go and talk, you know what I mean? Like when we go and actually hit fire, right, by the on fire trigger. You know, if the target is null, so if we have a target, it is null, then we're not going to do anything. We're going to worry about it because we can't really equip it or do anything like that. And otherwise, you know, we're probably going to tell it to equip it. So first we'll check and see if what we're interacting with is equipable in some way. And then we'll tell the equipment manager to equip it, because the equipment manager will automatically check the slots and check the type and everything. So we'll just check and see if it's an item. And but I need to know, because we already know if there's a target. Oh yeah, if there's a prop assigned, sorry. Because if we already have a prop, it already is a prop, which already is an item. So the prop's not null. When we hit fire, then we're going to return. Otherwise, all we have to do is tell the equipment system, right, to equip the prop, which is an item. So what should happen when we fire is the reference should be established. So, you know, if we go and select the player, and we look at the equipment slots, there's no item here. So if we hit play, right? Because it should dynamically put the item in the correct slot, right? Because, you know, we write good code around here, wink, wink. So we've got to it. It's selectable. We fire, and nothing happens. Because fire is not subscribed. Yeah, because we're not really getting fire. So let's on fire, we're not subscribing to it. So if on enable, fire performed. On disable, fire. Oh, I think we actually need to. No, we should. Yeah, on fire should be running fire. Let's take a look at that and just do a debug.log to make sure fire is actually triggering. Fire triggered. And just make sure that that's working. We're making the copy, the person pick up the coffee and hold it in their hand, but it always be integrated into the whole equipment system. So not necessarily extremely like super easy, but not necessarily hard either. So you know, we should be able to come over here, and okay, we are getting a fire trigger. And the game managers know. Oh, do we not have a? Who's telling me there's a game manager? No. Thanks for the follow. Is it Santi Galette? Santi Galette? I'm gonna butcher it. Hopefully, I don't butcher it. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you're having a fantastic night. So there should be a game manager. In this test scene on the star system, but I don't think we have a star system here because we're only testing it. So I'm just going to go and add a game manager here and just reference the player file, so we can load in the data of it. Just get rid of some of these bugs. Same thing with our player. We're not referencing anything, which we should be, because this is a brand new player reference. Reference this player's data file, which is this one, because it'll affect the equipment. Loading ships. Okay, so we got a bunch of crap. So, yeah, so we are looking at our mug. We are clicking. And it should have done something, but we're not doing anything. So I'm wondering, so if the prop is null, we should have our prop set from the interactor. So let's debug.log. The prop.name that we have selected at the time that we're holding on to it. And I'm wondering if because the prop itself is an item, if they need to be cast back to an item. Okay. Oh. Yep, so it is working. This performed callback is actually freaking out, so let me just fix. I think we did subscribe. Hang on. Okay, performed. Enabled and disabled. Player controls are enabled. So I don't know, maybe this equip is not actually doing anything. Let's just see if the player equipment. Is there no equip function? Right here. So if the item is null, then return. We're just going to say debug the log. Debug.log. Trying to equip item. You know, maybe because we're inheriting from it, but we don't have it defined in the base of the item. So we're trying to equip the item. And, you know, we do definitely here have an item that we are trying to equip. I think we just need to expose, we just need to set it on the utility, so I feel like everything is working as intended, but it's just not fully integrated yet. Input system is going to freak out here if we reset it. Yep. So we're going to this null ref here. Technically, we could. Yeah, we really need to check it before we, you know. But that's fine. Null refs are fine here. So Figer is triggered. It's trying to equip it, and it does have an item. So it really is the issue that our prop here that we've set that we're going to be picking up. Where is our coffee mug prop? Thank you. Doesn't have a type, right? So because we're now inheriting from item, we now have our base value, so it's going to be a prop. So ideally, like I said, this will probably move to a scriptable object, and now we can also define further item ports on this prop, even though there isn't anything. So now this should be a little bit cleaner and should make sense. And like on the prefab of this thing, we would adjust this stuff. But you know, now we should be able to check our player, and what should happen is the equipment function should automatically take in that item, which is technically a a prop item or an interactable item, interactable prop, which happens to be an item, and it should put it in the prop list because they're all sharing the same item. So we go up to it, and we're going to go to equip it, and boop, and now there we go. So now we have an actual item reference in the player's inventory, but we need to do something with this. We need to obviously reparent and remove this one to its slots, intended reference where our prop's going to be always. Are they always in that hand location? If they're like a coffee mug or whatever, there's a lot of like weird, like kind of edge states for that, which is why ultimately we want to move it to like, let's get the interactable prop. Let's look at its target IK points on the prop itself, and let's use those targets. So let's reparent the item to the hand in general, and then we'll move the we'll set where it should be in relative to the rig, and then we'll be good. But right now we don't really know. So I'm going to write a bit of long-winded code, which I kind of going to hate, but it's just going to be like to be able to find the coffee rig, that the item is going to go in, and it's going to kind of parent it to that rig, and then once I kind of have it like being picked up and then we're kind of good, then I'll extend it a little bit further. But sometimes you just got to get it working first, and you can kind of clean it up and set those those points. So we're gonna null. So interactable. We know this is all working. We don't need the name. And so if we do have a prop, set interactable, then we're going to equip that prop. And then in the equipment of the prop, we can then determine, so because the equipment itself should hopefully have access to the rig. I don't think it does, or it didn't before, but the equipment really will ultimately kind of need access to the player rig or the rig controller. It's going to be using it to, as it's switching weapons, it needs to be able to change those positions, and not just turn off and turn on certain rigs. You know, all it's doing now is struggling with the hangar scene, running like the old hab scene. Interesting. I'm really surprised that the rig isn't referenced in equipment. Because I don't like what's actually driving the rig then. Is it something that I have in the original FPS controller? Where are we referencing the we need to see what else is referencing the rig. This is referencing the rig. Oh, so in the rig's equip utility function and on equip. Yeah, so the rig itself is being driven right here by the FPS controller. And this is really not the way to do it. Like once we run the equipment, like we set the slot itself, you know, instead of just like if we have something equipped, you know, run the rig's equip utility, the equipment itself should do that. So the equipment is responsible for you know, for driving the rig and not the FPS controller. So we really need to move that responsibility over to the equipment instead, because it'll be, you know, that's its job. Right, so this needs access to. Our local rig. And then on awake, really, not necessarily on load. I mean, we could do it on start. But ideally, I would probably like to do it on awake. Yeah, maybe we'll get it on awake. It'll make more sense. Right, awake. Then we're going to set our rig to be our rig controller. And because like equipment itself is going to be doing that, I mean, like equipment itself is always on the player, and it is definitely going to always require a rig controller to, you know, switch out rigs and switch out items and interpolate between things and run animations. So we need to require a point that will be our type of rig controller. You know, just because it will always exist pretty much, unless we end up putting equipment on an NPC. But even the NPC should technically then have a rig controller on them. And that could change, but you know, if there's an error with it. So then when we're swapping out the slots and changing the slots, we should also be driving the rig with it. Yeah, so if we have a slot, then we're doing our socket to slot, but we also want to parent it to the slot as well. But in this case, we do kind of need to do some like kind of old school checks and balances to determine like where it's going to go in the equipment on the rig. So in the rig controller, we might have a few like kind of custom kind of like targets here that we're going to be kind of like putting things into, which I kind of don't really like. I like for the rig controller to just define weight itself. What do we have for the foot IK here? Is it just running real bad, like even after you reset it? It's only 5. I should totally get a coffee. Because when I get all this working right, and I get all of the rig controller working, And then the ship can drive the rig controller too. It's gonna be amazing. Like, especially when we're making external references to where things should be held. I'm gonna use the washroom real quick, and while I'm doing that, I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be right back, and then we will. It's only 5 exactly. That's what I was just thinking. It really is only 5. Wait, how do you know it's only 5? And then we'll, because I want to like make sure I'm focused. I don't want to write shit code when it comes to this whole like IK system. And oh, that's how tired I am. That's a sign that I actually need coffee. See, and now like now we're breaking the rigs completely. Yeah. So now we're making things much worse. Wait, what is that? There it is, ground control. 1 second. Yeah, coffee's usually good at 5. How is the rig controller on equip not set? Object reference not set. Those are not an object reference set. And then technically these can be serialized and private because they're going to be defined. I'm trying to make you get coffee. The only acceptable performance enhancer. I know. That's what I'm thinking. What are you talking about? Private, T-bone, serialized field. What? Why can't they? Why do they have to be public? Oh, I'm just. Oh, we're fine. Yeah, now we're gonna break everything while I go get coffee. I will return after the breakage of everything. All right, so while getting coffee, I realized many things were wrong. And, so I do like the idea of a interactable prop that we can interact with. So it's eye attractable, it can be moved, and it's eye interactable as well. But what I'm going to do, which is the same, like it's going to be the same interactable prop. Do player names currently appear above their heads? What do you mean? Your name on the multiplayer name, your name should still be there on the multiplayer build until you set it to something else. I'm sure it just says Patreon names. What do you mean? It's whatever. What's above your head is what you set. Like what's saved to your your handle when it loads correctly. And yeah, it should work. We're getting. I want a equipable prop, not interactable prop, but I want to just inherit from interactable prop because I'm literally just adding another interface to it, and that's it. So it's still going to be an interactable prop, which thus is an item. I know we're kind of going like deep into the. Yeah. Let's do that. Let me. One of my last videos, a funny multiplayer session. Yeah, I have an idea. It's going to be a bit hard codey, and I don't really like it. Because I really do need to define these different IK points, and I don't want to I don't like serializing transforms in like a scriptable object or anything. Yeah, no, I have an idea. So in our items, we're going to create a new equipable equipable prop. And this is going to be inherited from an interactable prop. Oh, well, once I'm in the right namespace. So this will be same. It's still inherently an interactable, but it's also going to be equipable. Right, and now we can just, and now all of that abstraction is like in the base class, and then we can just implement our methods for the what's going to happen when we run the alt button, when we drop it, when we use it, right? What animation plays, like we can kind of set that up. But more importantly, I can then typecast against an equipable prop to determine whether it truly is equipable. So we don't, we can still have interactable props in the scene that we would click to open doors and do things and whatever. But it'll be, I can now go back to the our coffee mug. It's gonna mess with our serialization of meta files, but it's fine. So let's open up our prop here instead. And instead of it being an interactable prop, we're gonna add a equipable prop, and everything's gonna be the same. So it's still an interactable prop, and it's still an item, and then and it is still both attractable. It's still attractable, interactable, and now equipable, and then we can set it up to be a prop. And there's no item ports. Everything's the same. It's still going to get our items. But now I can, make it a little bit easier to distinguish which ones are going to be an equipable prop or not by not having to add a million scripts to it. It's some people hate it, right? So this is still, working fine. And You know, it's still draggable, it's still selectable, I can still click it, you know, and we're still good. And we should still be also, it should be dynamically adding to the equipment. So here in the equipment list, which is none right now, we should be able to equip it. Right, so we're still getting the item reference because we're just looking for items here in the slots themselves. But then we'll check the type, determine whether it is equipable, you know, when we go and finally, like after this process has occurred for the prop. Or during this equip function, we won't look for, because if it's not equipable, there's no point even equipping it. So now in the equipment script, when we're looking for, instead of getting well, it will be equipable. Yeah, never mind. It's gonna hear it from the interface. So when we're equipping it in the mission, can I destroy the NPC ship? Yeah, you should be able to. Yeah, so the item type will still be prop. So we have extra layers of security here, whether this thing is equipable or not. And this is where the actual interface kind of comes in, where we should check to see if it's an equipable, and then if it is an equipable, then it needs to automatically you know, check the slot type, and you know, it's still got to go through one iteration to find the slot type. But we already know that it's equipable at least. Like, see, it's still kind of like we still got to go through this process. You know, the only thing that we can do like extra is we can actually just say like if we can say like equipable, you know, equipable. Is item dot get component equipable, which could be anything on there, and then of course if you know, the equipable itself is null for any reason after that, then we can just return. So we can at least kind of guarantee that it is an equipable item, and it makes it a lot easier then, because in the equipable itself that we're inheriting from, we can make some methods for you know, getting the type or whatever. But we still right now had to check and see if it's a prop. Right, because it'll do the use function on that slot when we fire, if we're in the selected slot with the item equipped. So this is all like tying in okay. But and now when I go and try to equip it, it'll still work, or it should still work, because it should still be an equipable. And then finally we need to get it put into position. Alright, so here we are, we go up to it, we select it, it becomes added to the, you know, the actual coffee mug. And so this is, you know, working fine. But now we need to kind of figure out, well, where does this go? What does the rig do? You know, where, like, what does this parent to on the player? What, like, you know, cool, we have an item slot, but what is that physically? What is the transform that we're kind of parenting? And we don't really have in the item slot a default transform for it. It might end up having to be right, we just have a slot itself. It's more data oriented and not necessarily like a physical thing, which is fine. So I think the rig in our interactable prop, right, because like whether, you know, when we're interacting with certain things, or even like whether they're equipable, you know, we'll do it on the interactable prop itself, because this is more of the prop, and here it's from item. What we can do is we can define an enumerator, and it'll be so we can make it public, so we can do a public enum, and this will be a prop type, and these prop types, you know, like there's not gonna be that many of them. There's only like a mug prop type. It's kind of like you know, it's a more of a, you know, these just exist so that, you know, when we're holding things, we're only going to really have like in this case a mug, a bottle, and we can extend this, a tray, right, just so we can make some kind of hard references. A mug, a bottle, a tray, you know, because food items be kind of really easy. We have a mug, a can, or a bottle, can, a tray. A fruit, a generic fruit. Just different things that we can set it to. I'm going to make these dynamic and use scriptable objects in the future. But by having an interactable prop type, we can kind of handle how these kind of work. Bum, 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 bum. And because these are going to be universal, or these interactables, hang on. So the interactable pipe, they'll kind of be slightly unique to a certain extent. Then what I want to do is in the rig manager, because there'll only ever be like one rig controller. What I want to do is create, you know, because this will be just kind of semi-temporary, but we'll use we'll make it serializable. And I don't like storing this stuff on the player, but alright, so we'll make this serializable, and we're gonna say this is gonna be a public class, and this is gonna be a rig target. A prop rig target. Which I have a transform. This could probably be a struct, but in a public prop type. And a float and a Because what I want to do is kind of just separate these transform locations for the rig itself, and it makes it easier for me to change them. But where's our player? Right, so on our player, if we go to the rig controller, and we go to our prop targets, the idea is we just create them, and we can say, well, any mugs are going to go to this spot at this weight, right? And then any, you know, any bottles are going to go to this transform, you know, at this weight. And then like that transform will already be parented to either the left hand or the right hand, or, you know, wherever it's going to kind of go for the weight itself. So these rig, you know, these prop targets are rig targets, and then, you know, I can just do a lookup. But I wonder if we should do like a hash map or something by the enumerator type. So then there's only like one mug can only be this, or one bottle can only be this. But the issue is I don't know if we can visualize a hash map or a dictionary. So I could always iterate through the prop targets and then find where it needs to be in the rig. And then we're just asking the rig, hey, do you have a position for me to place a mug if I'm equipping a mug? Or do you have a position for me? You know, and then the left or right hand transform then can pull back the weight value. So if we know it's a mug, we want to be always holding on to it completely, or we want to be like loosely holding on to it. Then we can kind of pull that. But like, I don't trust this in the player prefab because it could get erased. So we could, yeah, I guess we kind of had to put it in. I guess we'd just leave it in the prefab because the transform reference won't be. I don't know if the transform reference will be serialized. I could add like a, you know, I mean, there's 1,000 ways. One thing I hate about code is there are 1,000 ways to do something. Is we could like on the bone transforms, you know, or on the, you know, on the actual, you know, rig points. We could create a rig target script and we could like, you know, add it. And then when the rig builder or whatever we want to call it starts up, you can go and like build up these things. So then really I could just create a transform, move it to where it needs to be, and then add like a rig target, and then set like, or a prop rig target to it, and then set like what type it is, and you know, it can look for, you know, the whichever one, you know, exists within the rig, and set it that way as well. I mean, it's kind of like whether you do it this way from the perspective of, you know, the thing, and then point the target, or you kind of go the other way and kind of like add an empty. And then kind of set it. I don't know which one's better. It's kind of subjective. It might be cleaner actually if we do it the other way. And then, you know, we are still kind of doing a little bit of like a find in target type thing. Although we could do both and have it build itself up. Yeah, because we can't, can we make custom editors to visualize like a hash map? Is that even, how can we visualize a hash map in the inspector if we wanted to make one? Is that a thing that we could do? Unity hash map in the inspector? Be like play with a hash map or dictionary. I got the damn hangar footage, just. You got it? You could do a hack and just, yeah, this is what this is my fear, right? This is exactly what we've done, is using either public structs or in this case a class. And then on awake, then yeah, exactly. You just put the array manually in the hash or dictionary, and it looks all right in the inspector. And if it looks hashable, boxed like a hashable, acts like a hashable, then guess what? It's a hashable. I mean, it's not really a hashable though, because it's an array. There could be multiples of the same. It doesn't work that way. I mean, they're hashable in a sense that they could be a unique named image. Use the callback receiver. Before serialize, implement this method to receive a callback before Unity serializes your object. Oh, so we can actually like override what it does. Right. Nah, that's overkill. I don't want to do that. Meh. No, that's not happening. I do like that design idea of creating a transform for a prop type. I think that actually works well with what we're trying to do for the player itself, for male and female. So in rigs, right, like we have all these are all centered anyway. Only the actual like target of where like coffee would go matters. They don't really have to be under the right hand. You know, it's kind of up to the right hand what it wants to target. Oh yeah, we can actually set which hand and which hint. Okay. I think I actually do want to do it that way. Let's do let's take the coffee target, and then duplicate it, and then move it out of into the standard rigs. I'm going to in rigs, we're going to create an empty. We're going to just keep it here on 0, and we're going to call it prop targets. Kind of like where do props end up right now, and then which rig it's going to be driven by. So, and then we're going to take this coffee target. So we have an IK target for coffee, and really it's going to be an IK target for a mug, not coffee, and it'll have all of its transform information. And what we're going to do is we're going to build under IK, and we're going to create a new. I don't know what it's going to be a rig target, but it's going to be a prop rig target. So I wonder if I should have a rig target and then like a prop rig target on top of it. Well, it's only going to be, and that'll be the point. Maybe. Brain do the thing. Let's do, yeah, let's just create a generic I think I'm going to refactor it, but let's create a an IK. We'll keep everything IK prop target, and I can't English apparently. Hi. And really like an item target will actually be pretty good as well, but this will be let's rename this. Yeah, so an IK prop target doesn't really even need to be a mono behavior, to be honest, but all it's going to have is a public prop type. Yeah, in the namespace. But you actually got the footage? Interactable prop type. So this will be the type. There's no camera in the planet texting? No. I didn't even know the planet tech scene is even in there. With the new ship. There's no camera in the planet tech scene with the new ship. I don't know what you mean. And this will be our mug target. If 4 doesn't work. Which camera tick scene are you talking about? Yeah, what we can do is in our rig manager, planet tick. Is when we start this thing. So on awake. Yeah, it's in high price. Yeah, so prop targets. Can I? All right, then we can set the transform. Maybe we should just do like a... Yeah, so if we have our mug, then we can just kind of iterate through our own and then set it. We'll use some link for this, really. Set prop target for a interactable prototype to be a transform. So set prop target. For each of these, we're just going to set the prop target for the type. Be the transform. I don't need to worry about this. Just iterate through them. And set target. Find all of our children, find all these prop targets, and then go ahead and set them. And then we'll build up this list. Or we'll check this list if we're going to be doing it kind of by code, and we'll set the transforms. So we'll actually just iterate through our own rig targets. Right? Oh yeah, because our prop target is looking for an IK target. Which will have the weight assigned. We could put the weight on it here, actually. But it'll need to reference the watt rig. Brain over engineering. Why do you do this? For each of these. If the target type is equal to the type, then our target transform is going to be our transform, and our target weight, well, we'll set that ourselves. We're just looking to set the prop target transform that we're getting from the scene. And we wake up. So if I've already just kind of defined, right, so if I define on the rig that, you know what, I'm going to create a prop target for the mug, but I don't know what it is, but I do know I'm going to be holding the mug like this. And I don't really have this this location set. I want to just do it automatically, just by like putting a... Do you spend much time making over-engineering things more simple? Do you spend much time making over-engineering things more simple? Yeah, I'll probably spend the same amount of time. Like, when I get something working, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, this works fine. You know, this, you know, I'll start kind of like going through the code smell and being like, you know what, this is kind of great. I just, like, I'm thinking about it from a design perspective and, like, the responsibility. Like, do I really want a designer having to drag in all these IK targets and then, like, you know, like, how many unique types of things need to be set up? You know what I mean? Like, there's really only, like, a mug and then a bottle you know, and then really, you know, once I kind of set them up, like I don't know where the bottle is, you know, or where we want the bottle to be held, but now I can go in and, you know, keep all of the you know, the rig targets, under rigs, under prop targets. 25 raiders from Wallaber. I see Eye of the Beholder. Will this work with the employee sort of thing? Hey, well, so that's like that's the approach, right? Like I don't know how well it would scale with employees, so it's kind of like a go and have the raid and run, but it's lunchtime. Thank you guys for the follow. I'll catch up with you guys. Let's see who's raiding. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in just a moment. We're redoing all the IK, breaking everything, making the IK a little bit smarter. Boring. Thanks for the follow, Blue Bolly. Thanks for the follow, Paladin. So unfortunately, this is kind of going to look real bad because we're not actually holding anything, and I've kind of simultaneously broken everything. Oh, boing. Oh, okay. So when we have our, our nice little gun, you know, we have a couple of things, right? So when I'm holding on to something like, see, like this is not even moving now, like a couch, 5 videos, hell yeah, right? And we're placing it. What we're trying to do is, depending on, you know, what weapon we have equipped, and vice versa, I'm trying to build a dynamic IK system. So for example, now if I go look at this interactable coffee mug, what I want to have is, from like a design perspective, we click the mug, it is equipable, it's just Revere, right? Like I know we can, because our item, which is a coffee mug, is a prop, so it is an equipable, so it is an interactable. Anything that is attractable and interactable, we can move, right? We just add the interface, it checks and sees, hey, does it have a rigid body? Are we hitting a collider? So we kind of do everything. I do everything mostly with like interfaces. So, you know, and then I've extended that to make an equipable, interactable prop. So now we can kind of equip it. So, you know, if I didn't have it all broken, I didn't have the rig totally apart, it'd be kind of nicer to demonstrate kind of what I'm working on. But when I get this all set up, the idea, you know, is that, you know, the player can easily hold certain types of props, and it makes it really easy to kind of like, you know, extend that system, make it easier to use. And, you know, really Fusion was collecting a whole bunch of footage for the game so far, and because coming back to code, that makes perfect sense. It's one of the best feelings of quality. Is that something you can relate to? Yes. So like certain things might seem a little bit over-engineered, but they're not necessarily over-engineered. They're just handling. I try to think of edge cases as if, like, if I'm an idiot and like, not if I'm an idiot, like if I have someone else opening up this prefab and they need to add a new rig, what do they do? You know what I mean? Like, what's their process, right? So I'm writing more code to make it like simpler, so they can just be like, okay, I'm going to add a new prop target because we're adding a new prop. I'll make it a can, you know, and we know how far holding the can do we want to be? Okay, right? Because I have this hand rig that dynamically will just, you know, kind of scale hand movement. So, you know, because we don't really have a lot of crazy things in the game that we're holding on to, so we only need to have a few of these, and I want to match these to their types, so that way, like, you know, in future we go add a different type of can or something. All we're doing is moving the transform around in the rig, changing the weight. You know, it's automatically looking for the children to find these, you know, these target transforms, and it'll make it easier. And this is only for now. Like, I'm going to rewrite all this again because my plan, let me show you. I know it's kind of annoying that I'm not doing it all at once, but if we go into ship systems, this is a really good example of the rig already kind of working. But and why I'm doing this, because I ended up creating 2 whole sets of IK rigs. So here, when I walk up to the new ship that I'm working on, notice you know, he has 4 IK points that are runtime. right? Because ideally, when we're in the ship, and we're kind of like flying around, we want to be able to just drive the feet with the with the actual control surfaces. So if the target's IK system is referencing these 4 transforms and the ship itself is moving the transforms, then the system takes care of itself, right? It's it's fine. But now he also has a coffee cup, and there's 2 rigs. He can blend to holding the coffee cup, he can blend to holding the throttle. Which one is he holding? So the idea is to unify it into 4 rigs, 4 independent left, right, foot, and hands, right? And whatever interactable we interact with, we'll put the IK points within the actual assets of those. So they'll just be empties, but that way, like, I can open up a weapon or open up the seat as an example. Say there's a seat like Star Trek, right? Or a bar stool. We'll use a bar stool as an example. So I create a bar stool, and I know I don't want to animate him sitting in the bar stool, or I don't really know how I want to position him in the bar stool, but we know we can just position him like Y up and down. So we know we can just move him anywhere. So that's easy peasy. But what do we do with his feet? So, on the bar stool, I can create an empty, which will be where the player's bum is going to go, and then 2 more empties, which will be where the feet are going to go. Now, we would change those a little tiny bit, because obviously our IK point is on the heel, so you'd rotate them a bit and move them down, and you can do that in play mode, and then copy the transforms over. So what happens then is, if you have an interactable that happens to be a bar stool, and you click on it, and that bar stool says, okay, well, maybe we're going to run this one animation clip to sit down. Well, when that animation clip is over, all of those IK targets are literally on the game object. And then the rig manager looks for this interactable item and says, oh, this thing has IK points, does whatever it needs to do, and then sets the player's IK targets to be whatever is on the game object. So that allows us to be able to just kind of create external things, external influences, like the whole like sitting down in the seat here, like these 4 nodes that the IK system's looking for, or alternatively a slight offset, which would be the IK points in the main space truck, which is the same seat, just a little tiny bit different positions. And then we don't have an animation controller, or like an animation override controller that has 1,000 animations and all these animation events and all these weird things, right? We want to instead build it up so we only have the minimal amount of animations possible. What if he swirls the bar stool? Will the heels follow? Yeah, it will, because the IK is always anchoring the feet to those points. So if he's spinning around, that's a beautiful thing that we can do, is we could make it so when you move your mouse, you can just be rotating the whole rig, and it's all fine. And then when you go and get up, it just blends those rigs back to idle, aka the same as standing up. And if that looks a little bit weird, that's fine, because it's within the scope of the game, right? The scope of the game, I'm not going to sit there and make a million animations. If things look a little bit jank, I mean, worst case scenario, like, there's a few I want to make personally. Like, I want to make the animation of climbing in the seat and sitting down, because that's cool. But for me personally, if I just hit E and I just teleport, and then my IK does its thing, that's actually good enough. It's in scope of the project, right, that I've defined. But for the perspective of the player, because remember, what's cool is that these rigs that I'm building are on the player, but they're also on the same NPCs. So when the NPCs are running around with their nav mesh targets going from point A to point B, when the nav mesh agent gets to a point, they can just dynamically set a target and then run the same animations, change their own rigs, and they're acting in the same way that the player would. So they're visually really appealing. They're much more appealing than a standard NPC, because they're doing what the player does, right? They're kind of just moving around and they're doing their thing. And Wallaber, let me give you a shout out. I'm absolutely terrible. I'm super excited to. I love watching Wallaber stream. If you guys don't watch Wallaber, you should, because he's like my dots guy. At least from what I can slowly snoop in on when it comes to his implementation of some of his systems for dots. And I'm really hoping soon that I can start exploring it, but there's still so much to do. But make sure you're all following Wallaber. Hey Codex, how's it going? I believe there are RV seats that rotate 90 degrees, and so that's kind of like what's happening here, right? Let's go back in, right? So what I'm doing here, when I'm waiting for the seat to come back, right, is I'm interacting, and now we're sitting down. But see, what I want to have is on the tail end of this animation clip, we then blend in the weights. So we interpolate between 0 and 1 on all of the rig targets, and then voila, we're holding on to it. And if we interpolate the rigs before we interpolate the closing of the hands, there shouldn't ever be a situation where we're like making a fist before the animation is completed. So like the animations will always like move to the target as best as I can and then hold on to it. And I think it'll be good enough. Right, it's just saving us so many animations that we just don't want to do. They're out of scope. You know what I mean? Like I'm one person. I'm never gonna make 1,000 animations. It's not gonna happen. So we can just kind of hack it. And oh my god, it's I really need to fix the IK. What's the orange glowing line stuff? Oh, so the orange line is I don't trust Unity to make orbit lines. So in the cockpit here, I have this mini version. This is a custom shader I built from scratch. And what this shader does, it uses a UV offset. I've taken my UVs and I've centered them, and then we're using a distance calculation to pretty much make a true unlimited resolution sphere, lines, whatever we're going to call it. And that way I'm only instantiating an object, like a 4 verts in the universe, applying a material. It's set to ignore the Z buffer right now, because there's a bunch of stuff. Good scope of concept on Wallaber. I love Wallaber's soft body physics system. But see, this is great because it looks good, and I don't know any other way that I would be able to generate massive orbit lines that would be performant. Because if you use a line renderer, and we take a line renderer and we attach it back to itself, even if we use like 30 points of resolution or 128 points of resolution on a line renderer, it's gonna look like shit. You know what I mean? Like when we scale it up to a universe size, it's just gonna be bad. It'll be bad. But we do need to find better ways of, doing some like screen space stuff as well. Like it's not, this is more. It's more. It's a better world space solution, which I really needed for the star map. So that's my math on that. There's a bunch more, and what I love about it, so I have a runtime reflection probe here on the ship, which gets better when I hit play. I'm going to change this reflection probe to run on not like a frame update, but on a script, so I can kind of like control when it is updated. But we actually get influence then, you know what I mean, like from the rings and stuff like that. So it's really nice. It actually creates it creates a nice experience. Like from something that you just wouldn't kind of think would be. So yeah, you're talking over my head now. I'm sorry. I'm only learning. I'm only Googling everything. All I'm doing is copying all the code from Stack Overflow. No, I'm really mostly just looking for like. But these are the different. All that matters is eventually I'm forced to become comfortable with it, and then I have to learn it. You know what I mean? Like I don't have a choice. It's like Blender. I had no intention of becoming an artist, and yet I made all of this, and I didn't want to. I hate art, to a certain degree. You know what I mean? I'm the worst unintentional artist on Twitch right now. Because like this is unfortunately actually becoming good, and it's so much work. It's like 80% of making my game is sitting in Blender. It's ridiculous. Like. It's literally I'm currently researching maintenance and parts for the car. I realized we're almost like at 36k and no clue what was done with the previous owner, so I pretty much had to do everything. Oh, that sucks, dude. But yeah, so I don't know. This is what we're working on, and I really don't like the fact that I have this rig busted completely now. This is not good. It's like the weights are messed up. Maybe, oh, it's because I made it a serialized field. Never mind. We're totally fine. I just need to put my, Mr. Yeah, Fusion. So, like, way back in the day, in 2020, before the COVID days, me and Fusion was like one of my big, motivators, because he kind of like, he has faith in my ability. We started working on an MMO in pure JavaScript, and it was called Sea of Clouds. It was, and I mean the whole fucking WebGL renderer, everything vanilla JavaScript. It was the craziest thing ever. But it was the whole point of the MMO. It was like a 2D side scroller, and it would load in chunks of the world as you move around, like Minecraft, and you can edit the world live. So you can change out the tiles and stuff live, like while you're playing the game. And it was all multiplayer, and we had party system. It was like WoW, like a mini WoW. We had like NPCs. I was running this crazy simulation of like 10,000 NPCs and stuff. It was really cool. It was a neat project. I did it to mock Star Citizen, ironically enough, because they were talking about server meshing, and I thought it would be really funny to build a web app, or to build an MMO that was WebSocket based, where like as you moved around, it would connect to like different WebSocket servers that controlled like different regions of the map. And then like if you had anything affecting you, like if you had a spell like shooting at you or something like that, all of those entities, those influences would have to like sync across. No, it was like int 32 limitation. It just streamed in anything from X and Y in 32,000, blah, 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 whatever it is, just the limit of whatever. Like it didn't have any limit. You could just keep walking forever and it would just stream in water. And then you can change that tile at like 17,842 by whatever to be whatever you want. It was cool. It would just be as big as whatever it needed to do. And it would just update that tile ID pretty much, and you could just create anything. We had a video of it. I don't know. Where is that video, Fusion? Was it this one? Oh, oh yeah, here. Yeah, so this was like I added like physics to it. Like this is based on art I stole from Govilius, which was my favorite game. And I think in this case, Fusion steals all of this we just created. Like anyone could go and create anything. We had like fishing and stuff like that in it. It was like a stupid game, but it would just scale. It would stream in. Right? We had like different abilities. You can join a party, and I think he steals my rock and like hides it away somewhere. You could build houses and stuff. Why did I quit working on it? So I did it to learn ES6, and I had to rewrite everything. I rewrote the whole game in like 48 hours, and it actually burned me out. Because it was going from like ECMA script 2017, like I don't know, there was some. I wanted to make sure it was up to date to like some JavaScript standard, and the renderer was all global, so I had to like convert it all to ES6 modules, and like anyway. But what was cool about it is my son loved playing it. So like I would play with my son, and we would just kill like mobs and stuff, and it was a cool game. But anyway, that was the first game that I attempted to make, just to prove that some form of server meshing could be possible in some way. And now I've kind of increased the scope a little bit, for the second game. These are the things I do to mock people. This is probably a terrible antisocial behavior or something, some ODD. ADHD thing, who knows? But why someone would want to make a Star Citizen clone? When there's 800 people working on actual Star Citizen, it's kind of funny. I just think it's funny because if I succeed in making it, then it just alienates them in some way. But yeah, no, I burnt out hardcore. Like I just stopped working on it. I just it was like I literally it was like 40 hours of pure code. I was like refactoring everything, and when I broke it, I broke the whole renderer, so the renderer had to be redone. So by the time it was all working again, and I could see the universe, and everything was streaming in, and the mini map and everything was working, I was like, Yeah, no, that's the end of that. That's the end. We're good. It could be old-fashioned stupidity. Yes, absolutely. Thanks for the follow. The iPlore. Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher your name. The Ifplorer. I'm gonna butcher it. How do you pronounce your name? And welcome to the stream. Let's go get those rigs fixed. Yeah, rig controller does not have the constraints. That's the only issue. I just need to remember what they were set to. And then that'll work again. This left-hand IK, let me just find where we are in the rigs. But I love making games, man. Floater? Oh, like the imploder. Okay, yeah, floater. Yeah, cool. Welcome. Yeah, because we aren't using... Yeah, okay. So just this rig. Wait, this rig is fine here. So why is it not fine here? Do I just need to revert it? No. Wait, what? Reset. Huh? Oh, okay. Good. Left hand IK. Oh, is it not? It's supposed to be a 2-bone constraint. Okay, it's these. Okay. I'm like, what is happening? Oh, okay. I see what's happening. The rig controller script on rigs does have... It does have the rigs here. Why does it have the rigs here in the inspector, but does not have them here in the scene? Because the rig builder references rigs. Your story reminds me of the first attempt at Blender. It was in like 2010. I spent months on one model, and then one day while rendering it, the PC crashed, and the Blender file was corrupted, and months of work there was gone. Do you still have the blend file? I don't understand. Why in the prefab? Did we not? Oh. Why does rigs have a rig controller script? And not the player. Right? Why do I... I'm just wondering why it's why the rig controller is on the child. Is that really supposed to be? Anyway, we'll just set these up back on the mail. And for now, because I don't know why this is doing it, let's remove this. Probably because it has to be on the rig. Nah, it really shouldn't. It's only if we can reference it from the parent. I spent the evening trying to get my shotgun animated, and it was very painful. And now I inject the shells and the needed material that I can tween the projected FOV over the normal camera FOV. Slow but getting there. Hell yeah. There we go. Now we're back to some sick version of normal. Mm-hmm. So let's go back and do the female real quick. I wish I had more experience with the Honda K2024 engines. They seem fabulous. Are they the same engines that's in like the S2000 or something like that? I don't know anything about engines. I'm like the worst mechanic in the world. I'd literally be like, you know, like stuck on the short bus. You know, if it was up to me, like I can't fix anything. Into the FPS map. Female. All right, so we don't need, for some reason, I don't know why the rig controller is on the rig. Yeah, we are putting it there on the rig instead of on the player. Oh, but because it's required. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But rig controller on the player is totally fine. Yeah, everything's just expensive, and I'm trying not to go broke with everything. Yeah, like the pressure is on. Like if I don't get my Patreon to a certain point within the next 3 months, like it's we're in trouble. But it is growing slowly. We do, you know, if you guys are interested in supporting the game, check out the Patreon. Fusion's been actually doing a ton of work on making the Patreon look amazing, and yeah, we're getting there. So we actually have like cool decals. Why am I? What does it remember that zoom level? It's so weird. Right. But we're reaching the 300 point, so it's getting there slowly. For $5, you can gain access to the build and test it out. Like I said, it's only for people that really want to help make the game a reality. There's no intention. It's not like you're not necessarily paywalling it. You're just, you know, helping fund it, and you'll get your own little apartment in the process at the $10 tier. You see this? Oh, I'm excited. I don't understand where the rigs went back to the root. I don't know, unless I put a requirement on the rig controller. But I didn't, unless something else is requiring the rig controller. Oh, the equipment. Right. Because in the equipment script, we're saying, you know what, we actually need a rig controller for equipment, because the equipment's going to be driving the rig. And that makes sense. And technically that's fine. And then in the rig controller itself, we can get the animation rig on awake. So that makes things a lot easier. It's all on the main, you know, character. And yeah, so that's why we're getting a duplicate rig controller, because technically what's on rigs just needs to be transferred over into the other rig controller on the root of the player, and that's fine. And we can accept that reality. And then we can add in our targets and stuff like that. Eventually, I need to learn how to make really cool shit, like, you know, like actual, I don't know, like oh, and that's why we can't disable or enable them, because of the requirement. Ah, that makes sense. I didn't know that. Okay, I'm learning every day. Our hand rig. You know, we just gotta break everything, you know, just so we can go in ahead and fix it. No big deal. And then the utility one. Because the idea of the rig controller is to drive the weights, but okay. This is now set up, and we can go ahead and add that mug target and just leave it alone. And now we'll delete it from rigs. The only thing I'm going to need to do is probably have to access the rig itself from the rig controller, from the child. Yeah, I almost have it done. I'm excited to showcase it to some of the Star Citizen members. I think it'll be cool. I can't wait to also Fusion do the animations, like do mocap and feed the mocap into the face expressions and see if it actually looks like AAA. Because that's going to be amazing. Like actually, you know, having the like all the animation stuff for the, yeah, it's going to be awesome. I have and I found an AI for doing voice. That's actually really good. It was Dremel. Found it. you want a teaser video? Yeah, sure. If you can render one, that'd be great. So Riggs is gone. I don't think it's going to reattach it, and I think the player female is now working. Sorry, chat. Like what turned out to be like fucking 10 seconds of work is turning into. I remember. I think Dremel. Let me see if Dremel messaged it to me. Is it? No. Yes. This one is amazing. This one. And there's this really cool Australian bloke, and he's great. This has been like fantastic. I don't know who's, doing it, but it's $10 a month for 6 hours of audio. And that's a lot of audio. You know what I mean? Like it's not a lot of audio, but if you already have it fully scripted, and it has like Chat GPT integration as well, of course, but like this is really good. Like 8 hours of like dialogue spoken, or 6 hours, for $10 is really good. And there's not a lot of them, so it's still not amazing. Like it becomes like the dynamicness. I know you can like pitch bend. You could take your own recordings, and you could like add a modifier to them. Like one of the solutions that I was thinking would be kind of cool is if we use like Fmod and built a automated. Yeah, it's automated, and built our own like pitch shift, and ran our own audio clips through a pitch shift live. So we can create like different NPC variations off the same audio clip, but I think it might be cheesy. But I do want to voice the idle animations, like the hey, how's it going? What's like kind of like what can I do for you? Like all the you go up to a mechanic, or you go to the bartender. Oh hey, what can I get you? Different variations of that is really important. Like they don't have to talk to you, like the missions can still be like fully worded in a normal text dialogue, but I think for like a lot of the push and go, like Skyrim NPCs, like they don't really have full spoken dialogue, but they have like basics, like thief, not that 6 hours a month, so you get 6 total hours of voice, spoken. All right, that's your allocation. Makes sense? Can we still watch it here? On the stream? One time only deal to watch it on the stream, you mean? Describe your goosebumps. Okay, you let me know. I'm gonna go check and see if this is actually working. Hey, it is. Okay, good. So now, see, we're literally like back. Polly's pretty cheap. It's like $16 for 1 million characters of the neural network. Yeah, I'm not worried too much about the total DM. Okay, yeah. I can't wait to get this working. Get this rig system working, so we can actually go up to this like the seat and sit down. So they're all working. Is the where did my coffee mug go? Okay, let's handbrake. No. Is that running it all through handbrake? Oh no, Fusion like has amazing. Oh, this is it. Do we want to download it then? Because I don't think it's going to come through Discord. I don't know if it's going to go through. I don't know if I have my audio set up for this. Can you guys hear audio? 1 second. No. Let me check the stream. No audio. Okay, let me add the VLC player to this. I think I already have one here for VLC. Nope. We'll do a new one just for VLC. Okay. We should have audio now. All right. Ready? Pause the tunes. Oh god. All right. Let's see. Let's see if my buggy miss looks good. Ready? Are we good? Execute Order 66. Oh, you kind of like put them all together in like little things. Interesting. Blowing shit up. I think it's a little too fast. The it's a teaser. It's being worked on. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, no, it's going good. I don't know if it's too noisy. Like I don't know if my brain is missing things while I'm looking around at different things, versus having them kind of sequential. But I'm not sure. Still good. Each window, one large. Oh, okay, I gotcha. So it kind of like focuses. Yeah, that would work. Makes sense. Nice. So now I've broken everything. And now I'm like totally lost myself. Hey, if it makes people want to pause. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Okay, so we need to get this equipped. So notice that this is our new interactor. So it's showing us anything within 2 meters that we can interact with. And we click it, and that should be going to our player equipment. And it is now in our player equipment slot here as a prop. And then we need to look up in the rig system based on what type it is to match if it is a mug. Then we need to reparent this into the position that it needs to be with no rotation, thus putting it in our hand, and then we're good. But we need to be able to ask the rig, hey, I need a position for this type of mug. By the way, I wrote a simple tester for 11 Labs. If you don't supply an API key, they have some free samples for text to speech.
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
That's not bad. That's not bad. And that's free? Are all of these voices?
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
Coke. Try the Arnold. Wait, is it like literally Arnold?
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 3 custom voices for free. And what's the limitation on the non-API? Or is there like a fair use? Like, is there like a limitation of where we can use the audio? Is it, is there one of those type of things? For 11 Labs? Or is it like totally commercial use? Try it for free. No commercial license. Oh, so regardless. So wait though, if you don't use the line form and just use the free, can you use it commercially if you're still paying $5 a month? Or does it really matter? That's really good. Just create random voices using voice design, create speech. I was reading this thing on Reddit, on one of the anti-work subreddits or whatever, that like there's this company and all they ever done was audiobooks, and they're literally just firing everyone. They're like, we can go pay like $20 a month to AI and just have AI do it now. I don't think it matters. Yeah, cool. So it's like maybe pay $5 a month for the studio, just to be like, you know, make sure things are good. Because this says create up to 10 custom voices, not like use 10 voices. So that's kind of interesting, right? So we can like make adjustments to it, I guess. What was the
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
Oh yeah, create 10, record everything you need. I like this one.
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
She's like fucking hyper as fuck. Wait, she's like kind of different
Hey,
each time.
Cookie, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
Wait, why is her voice changing every time?
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
Hey, well, you know, the professional says AI is as good as employees. What can you do about it? Use it yourself. There's a setting you can tweak, and I'm not setting them, so it might pick a random. Oh, okay. I got you. So it's like the voice set, and then within the voice set, there's different Phoenix, or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, what can I get for you? Would you like a rum and coke?
Yeah, this is fucking perfect. You know what I mean? The only downside is like how big the game is with all the voice data. I mean, I don't know like what we can achieve with compression, or what the best compression would be for Unity, but I mean, I love voice acted quests. Like I really think it adds character, and you know, like you don't need a lot of them, but just some of the hero NPCs. You know, the quest givers, if you would benefit from being voice acted to a marginal degree. Boy, we're distracted. But yeah, hopefully you guys are. Yeah, like that's the issue. Like, it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because me as like having my own studio, I fucking love AI because I can do more than I ever could with AI. So I'm just like, let's fucking go. But yet simultaneously, yeah, it just automates the whole system. Just hook it all up. The dialogue is gonna be flawless. I dislike it when games have voices for some things and then text bubbles on screen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's gotta be. I love like Age of Conan. I was a hardcore Age of Conan player, and they voice acted all of Tortage, like everything in the beginning area, and then you leave, and it's just quest dialogue boxes from that point onward. It's like, yeah, we want to make sure you have the best experience ever, and then we're gonna take it away from you. it's like, well, fuck. Yeah, that sucks. So that is a prop, and then we need to get our item. Oh my god, yeah, I'm so world right now. We need to match our rig to our item type. Just how to make the whole system. Hook it all up. Yeah, I think in the rig manager. Yeah. So when we do the slot, where's our equip? That's where Control F. Equip. What? You do have an equip. No. Equip item. Okay, so here, we set the item, but then we need to socket it. And then what we're gonna do here is we're gonna get the item type. So if the item type is a prop, Rave, if you have a great voice service, if you find a great voice service, I'll use the same. No need for audio equipment and driving people to do recordings. Yeah. That said, I mean, like Fusion here loves doing voice acting, and there's definitely like better character development in doing your own voices because you can express the character more accurately. But a lot of the NPCs are background, like they're purely background. And one of the ones I would like to do as well is in context background simulations. What I mean is like, when you have a lot of people talking and they create like background noise, being able to create that organically with context of the station. So maybe you have like a bunch of people like, oh hey, I was out to this station, you know what I mean, and they didn't have any cargo for blah blah blah, like something stupid. But if you layer in a bunch of that, where you mix enough of it that you can't really tell, like it's just mutterances, but it's mutterances that, like, if you kind of pay attention, you think, wait, are they talking about, you know what I mean, like the station or whatever, or just stuff like. So then, like, like when you're like at the like the area where you're getting in the ship, you can hear like cranes and I miss that since Gothic, people whispering about you. It'd be cool if we had a lot of like static audio. Yeah, exactly, right? Like just like the sound. What does a spaceport sound like? What's the ambience of it, right? Like what are the the humming sounds and the oxygen systems, and and then by the time you layer all that in and you add like 3D positional audio to it, it'll be like really immersive, like lots of reverb, and you can like kind of like set triggers. Like we have gravity volumes in the game, and the gravity volumes are just big squares, right? Like this is a gravity volume. You can take volume of those gravity volumes and be like, well, if their bounding area is this, maybe adjust the reverb of the room to be this, so then you kind of get like big open rooms start sounding different than what hallways would be. But because every single place in the station has these gravity volumes, like these trigger colliders, we can use them, to drive audio in a very artificial way, and kind of like, like start scaling in reverb or scaling out reverb. It doesn't have to be like super realistic, but it would kind of help, because it just creates a sense of, immersion and how it feels. And, if you do that when no one else is doing that, then I think that's the key to game development, is like, looking at what studios are doing and being like, well, they have random artists doing one thing and a random person doing another thing. And, that artist doesn't know the lore, and that artist doesn't know the background of the things they're making. But if you have like really good synergy between it all, and like you're thinking, like when you're looking at audio design, everything's based around the world, where you're looking at like the props and like, this random, energy drink, actually has a place and a corporation behind it, and, and they have some lore. Then you take everything to just a different level, not necessarily graphically, but just in general, and that's just an opinion. And I don't know if studios can have hundreds of people, and obviously they can reach that level. But then it's only if like, leads are literally creating all that cohesion like on their own, It'd be really cool if you had a lot of static audio, but then you have some dynamic. Okay, I already read that. Just like catching up. Reg manager. What? We reg manager to do thing. We should be just working on the female. We can kind of move all this stuff over. Anybody doing competitive FPS have the right excellent audio. Too much complaints from recent battle royales. Yeah, I can see that. And like in competitive, like I don't like, my game is in a first person, perspective, but it's not really extremely competitive. But it's important. It's an important like indication of where you are. I keep saying that Overwatch 2 is dead, but I haven't looked into it. I know friends that play it and they enjoy it. They're still playing it, all the time. So I don't know. Every game kind of becomes inactive to a certain degree. Reg controller, prop targets. We have a mug. I don't know. I need to match these to the types, really. So maybe, maybe we'll match the two enumerators. So the prop should have a mug type and not an actual coffee. So mug, bottle, can, tray, fruit. Interactable prop type should match the prop target, which it does. Okay, so they should. So the interactable prop will have these types. Equipable prop. Right? Serialized field. Private type. Oh, we're pulling. Right, because there's an item type and a prop type. That's fine. We'll make it a prop type instead. And then we'll still have our two. Didn't it basically just come out? Oh, it's been out for a while now. It looks like most played mode has been killed. Most played mode has been killed off. They went from like 750 active to 130 active in the last 2 weeks. Got it. I think, as you said, it would set the mood, having correct humming and hydraulic sounds. Excellent opportunity to fantasize, but have gravity generate. That's what I like about it. That's what I love about world building in general. Is like, because there's a lot of like scientific tropes that have already been created. Like it's the reason why certain like orchestra scores sound scary. I mean, there's nothing scary about an orchestra score, but like because they've been used in Jaws and like dun 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 dun, you know, we have this like kind of like a confirmation bias from things we already know, and I think it's good to sometimes like use sci-fi tropes, like different buzzings and shield sounds, and like keep it the same to a certain degree, but I think change it also, so it's not like exactly the same. Yeah, and then we'll inherit. We're gonna inherit from interactable with an equipable. So an equipable prop is just an interactable prop. So we should now, on our coffee, be able to define if it is a mug. I created a pickaxe in the same blend file as my, what's the best way to get the object onto its own blend file? You just copy it, you just Control-C, and then open up, you know, just go into Blender, and so you have something. I like to create asset libraries for a lot of my stuff. So, you know, I'll keep everything in different blend files and I'll mark them as assets. Hello, 10 years later, holy shit. So like, for example, here is the ship that we were working on earlier. And let's say, you know, for example's sake, you know, like I want, like these, all of these are actually in different models. But let's say, I don't know, we want capacitors to be their own thing. What I'll generally do is just, you know, Control-C, and then you can just go new, and I just paste them in. They should be fine. They should copy over. All the materials should copy over. And the origin will be like set to the middle. And then you can put them in a collection, and then mark that collection as an asset, and you can use it. Are those assets linkable? Can you update it in the asset file? Update? Yes, absolutely. You can define. So in my workflow, as an example, when you go into the asset library, right, and you have even your materials are kind of like that. You can set the default behavior. So let's say we go into my models, and I have like everything here, and you know, I can either choose to follow preferences, I can link, or I can append. So depending on the type of scene you're creating, so like for example, all of my hallways, right? All the pieces that make up all the levels for like the FPS map, or like any of the stair prefabs, right? I can just drag them in, you know, work on them. And what's cool is what I've done as well, Codex, is I will take the name of the collection then, and because I know the origin point is if I'm working on a design scene, then I can take that design scene and pretty much bring it into Unity and just snap, like take the prefab version of the blend file, the FBX version, like and snap it to the same location. So I can like kind of replace a lot of this stuff with empties. So in my process, I'll usually have two scenes. I'll have a Unity scene, and then I'll have a design scene. And the Unity scene kind of becomes like empty references but the same name, and I kind of play around with it in Blender and make the whole thing. And then when it comes time to export it all, I'll grab everything and I'll nuke all of their links to what it used to be, and they become empties. And then I can bring it into Unity and then like literally replace all of the prefabs. So like this stair becomes the game asset for the actual stair, and I can still use Blender as a design tool for like playing around with where stuff needs to be. And I can, and what's great about like assets as marked as assets, other than just being able to kind of make, bring stuff in and play with it, and not have to worry about accidentally editing it and stuff, is you can right click and just immediately open the blend file and then work on it. So you can work on your axe, and then, just whenever you're done making changes to it, you just save it, re-export it, and then, you can kind of get your workflow pretty quick. Right. So if you use, if you set it to follow preferences, it'll just like whatever you last were importing as, because obviously if you're like importing linked or whatever, you're probably going to keep importing linked. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like what the next thing I want to do as well, codecs, and this is like a Unity thing, I want to override the FBX import process to look for a name that has like underscore collider in it. And whenever something has like an underscore collider in it, I want it to automatically add a mesh collider to it and literally nuke the mesh. So I can start creating geometry that I just set in Blender as having no like wire only. And that geometry is just used as mesh colliders for Unity. So I can in Blender, then I can kind of make really lower resolution like shields and shit like that, and then I have to go, when I go into Unity, I don't have to go in and add a mesh collider and then remove the original mesh, because we're only using the geometry to to be a collider. So I'm trying to find a way to automate it a little bit more and just kind of speed things up, and right, but all of the if you're new here, like I do all of my work in Blender, so everything that you're seeing in the game here is Blender. I mean, hell, I even have the characters in Blender. Like everything's a blend file. But definitely get into like linking assets and like linking it in collections and stuff, because it'll really help. You want to separate everything as much as you can. It just makes it easier. You can always link something in, and and not have to worry about it. Hi. What are we doing? So our rigs are set up and our rigs are working. Yeah. So in the scene, see, this is, I'm really spaced out. So here, the coffee mug. So now we have a port type and we have a type. So our type is going to be a prop. So then our port type is going to be mug. So now when we're in our equipable prop, which is like a hierarchical mess of classes, but it makes it easy. Then all we have to do now is when we equip it, we look for the prop type, because it is a prop, and then we match the rig, which will give us back our transform, and then we know exactly where we're going to be parenting it to, and then we don't need to worry about it'll make it super easy. But we will have to, like, because technically we're just using, because it's inheritancy, our equipable prop, which has all of our equip functions, is actually an interactable port, and then our interactable port is an item, right, which happens to be equipable, and all the interfaces are kind of defined. And I like layering things up like this. Some people hate what's it called? There's a name. But at least I know my interactables in general can be attractable. We can use a tractor beam on them, and they can be interactable. And then the equipable version inherits everything, but is also equipable. Makes everything really easy to layer. And so now in equipment, all we should have to do is ask the rig. So we're in our rig controller. We're awaking. We're setting up all of our stuff. So we're setting up our transforms. And then what we need is we need a public return method, which is going to return a transform or null for a specific point. So like, where if I'm going to be parenting something, I need a reference. I need a rig reference. I need something for specific types, and it'll be the rig controller's responsibility to kind of find that, in the rig. Where am I putting this thing? Where's it being parented to? What's its deal? So we'll do a transform. We're gonna do get rig target, or get a target. Get transform target. Because get prop transform target, and we're getting it by a type, which is going to be our prop interactable prop type. All right. Get our interactable prop transform. Did you make a new one? Did I just see you update it? And we'll return null. Ignore. What did you do? By type. And then all we're gonna do is we're gonna go and match by type. So because we just need there's only ever gonna be one. I still think this should be some type of hash map or something, but we'll just, for each of our targets in our rig targets, or prop targets. I'm going to do if our target dot type is equal to our type, then we're going to return our target dot transform, or we'll return null. So this will tell the equipment manager, hey, there has been a transform set as a target for this particular type of thing, for this prop anyway, interactable prop transform. And then we're going to go ahead and set our target to be it, because props are kind of random and they could end up anywhere within the rig. We kind of, it's not like I have a unique spot. Like this is going to be a backpack node, and backpacks are always here or wherever. Like kind of could be anywhere. And this will work for any type now. So all we have to do is just kind of tell the equipment system when we're going to go and socket it in here. All right, so we're equipping it, setting the slot, check for a prop if we have a prop, and we're setting the item, but then also we're going to set the transform. So we're going to assign a transform. Target is going to be our rig, and we're going to get interactable, and we're going to send in the item dot prop type. Oh, we need to 1 second. Once we have the item, we actually need to get the we need to get the prop version of the item. Yeah, we know it is a prop, but we're going to, and then if there is a prop. then we're gonna go ahead and do that. And this will be our prop type. Get interactable prop transform, which will return a transform. Oh, it's still item type. Hang on a second. We need a prop. Get prop type. I have a feeling it's not public. The type's not public. Let's do a public prop type. And we'll pull out prop type. Yeah, let's just make this private. Wait. Yeah, just want to read only. Fine. Anyway, this should return a target transform. So if our target transform is not null, then we're gonna set our props transform dot parent. I wonder what's better. Is parent versus set parent? What's the difference between direct versus non-direct? I don't really think it matters, but I always wondered, because technically that is a setter getter, right? Method. Yeah, like why is there always two? Like what? You know, gotta be squirreled again. Is there parameterization in the set? Hang on. Oh, okay, there is. That's why. Okay, so in set parent, we can actually do a bool on world position stays. What's the other override? Nothing. Okay, so if we really don't need to worry about that, then we really don't need to use set parent. We can just set a parent. What did you send? Why did you just change it or something? And like I said, all we do here is over-engineer things. So, and if you have any questions, implore, feel free to ask any Blender questions. I'm not a master at Blender by any stretch of the imagination, but I do plan on teaching some Blender courses over the summer. Okay. Okay, we have a mug, and there's a mug over here. And if we go over here and we click, maybe we do have to do set parent. What do we do? What do we get? So in our equipment, we did find the IK target for the mug. We didn't parent to the IK target of the mug, but it is finding it. So we know that is at least good. The weight, no, it doesn't matter because it should have reparented it. Thanks for the help. No worries. Anytime. So in equipment, we did get the mug, and the prop type is mug. But I don't know, yeah, because what's our parent? No, yeah, because we're definitely not reparenting it because it's still right here in the scene. So we just need it to reparent. And we'll clean up the code. We should be able to click. Oh, we reparented it, but it's not going to our origin. We need to parent it, and then we have to do prop dot transform that position is vector 3 dot 0. Sure, in the parenting process, there's probably a way to do that, but you know, whatever. And then prop dot transform dot rotation will be our quaternion dot identity. And then there we go. And now that should bring it, you know, into the center. Also, the rigid body itself would actually have to be yeah, so we don't really want to do this. That'll be bad. Like, I know we can just do like this. You know, this is gonna be like kind of bad code for example's sake. Is our prop dot get component, you know, rigid body dot is kinematic. It's false. Where's true? This is bad code. Bad code. So we're gonna make the parenting responsibility be on the item. Or on the interactable for this case. What? Oh, right. We don't. So just to see if it works, right? Should reparent, reshuffle itself, and then turn off the rigid body because the prop is becoming held. Still not great code, but it's just to get all the edge cases. So I go up to it and I go, and then hello. Where's it? Where's the mug? It's here. Oh, but it's disabled. Hi mug. Where are you? You're like over there. Why are you over there? Because your local position. Oh, because it's like right. Yeah, it's the local position. Needs to be reset. And the local rotation needs to be reset. This is down. Today we write all the code that we replace tomorrow. That's how it goes here. To make sure that it's within spec. Okay, so boop. And then ta-da! It's in the right position. Yeah, totally in the right position. Yeah, we're totally holding the coffee mug. And that is because the parent is the rig, but the rig itself... Yeah, because that's really being parented to the wrist. The IK target mug. Oh, that's not good. Oh, because it's the position. Okay. Wait, we're good. We're still good. This script really needs to move into the coffee position itself, which is technically going to be the mug position. Because that's the idea, and then we'll just override this. This is the weird actual position, which should be called mug position. Because this will be the mug position relative to player, and not this IK target, which we're going to apply. Right. So now we should go up to it and be able to like equip the mug. And then ideally we'll be able to, put it back down and stuff too. So, we are not holding the mug right now, and we are holding the mug. And the force of holding the mug is literally blowing me backwards. The mug is mugging you. The mug is mugging me. What is it doing? Maybe this is what happens when you set kinematic runtime. It's maintaining its internal velocity state, which it's not supposed to be doing. Okay, now we're. Why is it Christmas music? What the fuck? What are we doing? Why does this sound lo-fi jazz? Why hello there? I bet some whatever this is. I'm like, wait, my brain, I tuned out for a second. Like, wait, am I listening to Christmas music? What is happening? So immediately, I don't like it. So because it is equipable, right? This is an equipable prop itself, and then and we have our main equipped functions. I think the responsibility, because an interactable prop does not have any ability to be equipped. But because we're getting an equipable prop anyway, I think its ability to kind of set the parent and vice versa should be kind of already established here. And it's not Christmas quite yet, I know. But our base item could have a rigid body. I know a interactable prop pretty much must have a rigid body. Or not must, it could have a rigid body, because it is attractable. And a part of the attractable class, or the requirement of something that is attractable, I mean, it's lockable, but technically it should have a rigid body. So I think in the interactable, somehow the coordinate system changed its position. How do I set the origin? In Blender, all we do, let me go new. So if you're familiar with the 3D cursor, you can select the surface, Control S, cursor to selected, and then you can right click in object mode and set origin to the 3D cursor. Now you can set the origin to any random point, right? So if you want it to be on the corner, set origin to the 3D cursor. So I like to just use your 3D cursor, Control S on a plane, go back to object mode. And then what's great about the origin being, in this case, and to bring up transform, is you can zero everything out, and now it's aligned. So, other than, just selecting an edge, setting the cursor to selected, and then reassigning the 3D cursor, you can also go to Options, Origins. So here is your origins. Like, for example, as a Unity developer, I like to rotate the origins themselves, so we're Y up, Z forward, because I don't trust Unity's import system, because #1 rule of Unity is don't trust Unity. Second rule of Unity is also don't trust Unity. And but you can also, if you're in Options, Origins, you can just move the origin. I don't recommend just moving the origin. Maybe if you're going to use snapping to a vertex or something like that, you can snap your origin. You can just move the origin around. Now keep in mind, if you're parenting things, so if you're parenting objects, objects inside objects and objects inside, and you start rotating an origin, you're gonna rotate all the children, even though you're just doing the origins, right? Because the origin reference is changing. So it can get a little bit complicated, but that's how you change your origin. And I like to also, once you have your origin reestablished, always nice to select everything. Maybe cursor to world origin, and then selection to world origin, keep offset high. On regular, sorry. Just to move that origin back to the middle. Because it's always nice to have your origin in the middle of the scene, so when you kind of bring it into Unity, or whatever you're going to do with it, your origin is actually the origin. Especially if this becomes another collection, and you're instantiating that collection in another scene, the origin is always going to be the middle of the world in that case, instead of wherever your thing is. If this was a scene of a collection, and you were to instantiate this somewhere else, this would be the middle, even though the object has an origin over here. So I don't know if that helps you. And same thing, like if you're having issues, then like if you go into Unity and you're like, you know, trying to see like where the origin is, make sure you're on pivot mode. Like if you're a Unity dev, so let's say we want to move this couch as an example, and we're like, where the fuck is this origin? Make sure you're on pivot, because by default it'll go to center, which is more like the center of the bounding area. So you're trying to rotate stuff, and you're like, this doesn't even make sense. Like, why is my bones not working or something? You know, just make sure you're on pivot. And you can do local as well to see, like, you know, what your true axis is. Because sometimes you'll have something selected, and like Unity might think it's Y up, but then you go to local and you realize, like, oh, it's not. So. Like this one. No, actually this one's fine. It's kind of rotated weird though. I mean, right, so look at the global versus local. Right, center, you know, which is this whole object is two of these things. So here's the real center, but you want your pivot for replacement purposes. Rav, can you send me your Galog Patreon Revere logo, please? My Patreon Revere logo? It's under branding, I have no idea. Boom, ba-dum, bum. Give me 1 second. I have no sweet clue what that is. Steam, files, projects, streaming. I feel like I sent this to someone recently. And like we were literally just doing this. Oh, no, I uploaded a copy. I remember. The center pivot thing. Yeah, I know. Especially when you're doing like an IK system or something like that, it can really like screw you over. Somehow, okay, we're not missing anything. Streaming, art references, no. Branding. I found the mother load. Here's all my branding. So in this PDF are the SVGs of all of my actual branding embedded, including some of these really cool ones. What do you mean no? My logo is that one. This is the logo. What Patreon one? It should be this. Oh, I don't care about that. I'm not using that. If my Patreon one is not set on Revere, I'm gonna update it. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't even changed it. This needs a change. Why do you want this? I don't have this anymore, so we'd have to just... You can do this. You can just inspect it yourself and grab the logo. I don't know why this is difficult to just do. Copy image. Send it to you. It'll become clear later. I got you. And that should be... It was only a 200 by 200 logo anyway. Do you want my branding one though? Yeah, I made it in Inkscape like literally like 7 years ago. Let me send over this. These are my ones that I made for the... Oh no, why are they terrible? I thought I had my... And here's the thumbnails as well. I'm gonna do for the game. Yeah, man. I want Inkscape to be better. Like, I think Krita can we do SVGs? Can we do scale vector graphics in Krita now? I remember Krita supporting. Is this a thing? Can we do vector graphics in Krita? Because if that's a thing, then that'd be great. Maybe not. Maybe we can't. Oh, cool. Then that's probably better. But it's also not good. So we just don't really have a good solution to... Yeah, here's my full quality YouTube SVG that I was going to use for Unforgiven Space. for all the devlogs. This one has just a graphic in the background, but all of this is SVG. If you want that as well. I'm just gonna start feeding. I'm just gonna start feeding you stuff. Photoshop Illustrator still have the damn market corner. Oh, of course. You know. Who doesn't know to? Yeah, I really need, man. It's been so long. I really gotta do VODs. Like, if I was doing VODs at this point, the YouTube and all that stuff would have taken off. You watch Fusion. Once we actually start doing the VODs now, it'll just be like waterfall. I was thinking it could be really neat to try to make graphics editing software in Unity too. Like that's why Materialize is so good. You know what I mean? Materialize. Have you used Materialize for doing normal map generation? It's so good, and it's just a Unity project. I'll be right back. I gotta use the washroom. Ah. All right, we're back. What are we doing? We do so working, right? No, it's not working. We need to. Oh yeah. So let's. The interactable prop may have a rigid body. We'll get it from the base. Protected. Rigid body. We'll do it on the interactable itself, because that's where it can be kind of moved. And then we'll get it unawake when we get our outlines. I wish there was a better way to convert these back into normal methods again in VS Code, because every time I try to do it, it just messes up. Stop it. What is wrong with you? What are you doing? What are we expecting? Nothing. The class stained. Thank you. Had right? Okay. Get component. This should be on the root. Yes. Our rigid body. Which shouldn't be null. And it's. Do you want to know an IDE that can do that? Don't you say it. You're gonna say it, aren't you? So if someone donates $20, I'll go buy a month of it. No. No, you don't. We don't know which editor does that. I haven't do what? Convert from a short type or whatever we want to call these with a property, like the hotkey for this, which never fucking works. Like like converting it back into to a body statement, or yeah, the bad example, because these are just, isn't it control plus? I don't know. Let's see. Like if I want to convert awake now to a short method, like use expression body method, like that works. So control period, control shift period. No, what? Like I know we can hover over it. Why do you hate me so? Why can't you just do the thing? I use OmniSharp just like everyone else does. I mean, isn't that not what I'm using behind the scene? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure VS Code is just using OmniSharp. Important. I don't know what else I need. IntelliJ. But yeah, it's just weird. Like, what is the? It's not like any other IDs do anything anymore. But yeah, like, how do I convert this back? Like, I can convert it, like to see here. Look, no, it's just, it's so dumb. Like, I don't know. There's got to be like a quicker way of converting shit back and forth. As an example, I don't think it's possible in a language server, but you would just think, yeah. Yeah, so I think on the equipable prop, we'll do a public void equip. And we're going to equip to a transform. $20, isn't it? Isn't it $20? And then we're just going to do transform dot parent is equal to transform, and then our rigid body is kinematic will be true, which we know should exist. Probably just do a little null check on that private. Oh my god, if rigid body is not null, then set kinematic to be true, and maybe just nuke all of the velocities. I'm not Canadian. And our angular velocity, you can do equal to that 0. I don't know. Really, it should just stop when it's, you know, parented when we equip it. But equip to socket, equip to transform, which will do the parenting. So now in our actual equipment, if this is a interactable prop, which I guess in this case we're actually going to look for equipable prop instead. So if this is actually an equipable prop, And the prop exists. We don't need to do any of this. We'll just do our prop dot equip the transform, and it will be our rig get transform. Watching on YouTube and Twitch is awesome. Hey, how's it going? I'm sorry if I haven't been missing that. It's kind of a new thing. Hey, Star Streams. Yeah, maybe I do want to. Yeah, let's just get a reference to a transform. I tell you, I don't have a clue what I'm doing here. Transform, target transform. I don't like chaining a bunch of stuff. It's going to equal our rig, and we're going to get our YouTube is lower latency. Oh hell yeah! Get our interaction prop transform by our prop type. Okay, so that'll either be null or not. And then if there is a target transform, then we're going to be TOSB damned. I'm going to let it expire. I mean, the Patreon is now at $300 Canadian. It's 1/4 of what I need to just do this part-time and start decreasing hours at work. And I want to focus on just delivering to the community that I'm building. Like, I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't want to lose my subs of the month, so to speak, because I'm at 80 subs right now. But I'm just going to, like, turn it off and just multi-stream continuously going forward and not worry. I know that might add ads or whatever, but I mean, back when I was streaming Star Citizen, like full time, like hardcore, like 200 viewers, I still only had like 250 subs, which is like barely rent. So, and that's like committing every single night and having like props and my helmet, you know, my like, you know, the whole Revere like character that I had created for start streaming Star Citizen. Just, it's so much work. You know what I mean? To have like very little return. And I'd rather just focus on the game and selling the game to, you know, just being like, hey, we're going to do this. This is happening. And, you know, boom. So if it's an equipable prop and it exists, then we're going to go ahead and equip it to the transform. And then hopefully then we're good. And we don't have that weird issue. And then we're fine. How are you doing, P. Gorley? Peachy, hell yeah. So let's go and find out. It's gonna happen. I mean, I'm not making enough money to live right now, so I don't really have a. Oh, it errored. Come on, pick it up. Like I'm literally $300 insolvent right now. So I mean, it's your what now? Trying to equip the item. Has item. Oh, we can't actually set the linear. Oh, okay, fine. I don't even know why. We should just move. Oh, duh. Let's have that happen before we move it. Before we reparent it. If there's a rigid body, make it kinematic, and then go ahead and move it. It's your right to do what's best for you. Yeah. But I don't know if it'll be successful, man. I've been going through Tim's synopses, and like Tim lives such a more frugal life. You know what I mean? And it's like just gonna be a shit ton of work to get Patreon to where I need it to be. But I mean, you know, Star Citizen is a big audience, and if I can just succeed in making this gameplay, you know, be what I want it to be, like for my own rendition of, you know, Star Citizen, then we'll be good. You know, a very Sea of Thieves-y kind of rendition. Okay, so trying to equip It has the item. Socket the item. It should be happening here. Wait, where am I trying to equip it? Oh, yeah, okay, so has item is here. Okay, that's fine. So we're checking if it is a prop. If there is a prop. And it is an equipable prop. Which it should be. Unless the equipped apparent is not working. Okay, hang on. Let's just do a debug.log. We are okay to equip. As far as we're aware. I don't know. I think if people just know I'm serious about it, and we're just working on it. You're one of the few game devs I actually follow because the rest are just not doing anything that excites me. Space games aren't even my thing, and I totally see the work you're putting into it and the hurdles you're getting over, even though I ultimately know nothing about game dev industry. I think you'll get a pretty good audience. Yeah, it's just like being, I don't know, defiant about it. Yeah, so we are okay to equip, but we're not equipping. We are a mug, and we are a prop. And we should be, even though it says we're okay to equip. Maybe we're not getting a target transform from the prop type. Maybe we don't, maybe, hang on, we're like not debug.log. No, target. Are you wanting the solo publish and everything? No, not really. I want to put it on Steam. But, you know, the idea and the waste of work that Fusion's been putting into it, that if the Patreon takes off and we do get, you know, like an active community of backers, you know, $5 you can play the game, $10, you know, then it's pretty good. Like once I can get this thing to a grand or so a month, then I know I'm not like struggling. I can focus more on, because one of the great things maybe Tim doesn't realize is that we're also entertainers and we're also educators and we're also streamers. So it's not like we're like YOLOing it we're not sitting in the basement trying to make a product. Steam is just a distributor, yeah, but they still take 30% or 15% up to X amount of money and then 30%. But I could pick up a publisher and then they could kind of sweeten the deal as well. Like, yeah, but it needs to prove. It needs to prove. The game has to prove itself, you know, as being fun, and we need to find the fun. And right now it's kind of feeling fun. I had a laugh with Maddie the other night on the multiplayer build. It was super cool. But I think like if Patreon keeps growing, and we just have this small community that are, you know, backing me at least. And I'm able to just quickly get out builds. Like I've been doing a build every single day now, publicly, you know, to the Patreon. Like even more than we've been showcasing, because I've been doing like fixes for Fusion. So if I'm just pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, I think eventually, my hope is that we're all eventually in a universe where we can play these smaller mini games. And kind of just, I don't know, have fun, you know. And when the game is fun, I know the game will grow, you know, straight up. And then Patreon will grow. And as an entertainer, hopefully I can, you know, I can slowly do both, right? I'm working on the stream, and I'm working on the product, and maybe that'll work. It's weird. It's a bit of a gamble, but I don't know. It's like most people only fail because they give up. That's it. There's nothing to do with skill or anything or lack of marketing. They just give up. Oh yeah, the role play and the intricacies of this stupid thing, like all of these rigs and stuff, is to promote role play. Like, think of how cool it would be to do like what GTA Online does in a space game, like in a Cowboy Bebop style game. It's actually kind of why Star Citizen still does so well, because players, in a sense, like they're not really, role players, but they are role playing. How's it going, Captain Coder? We're over engineering ridiculous multi-inherited interfaces and types. We have items, which are interactable props, and then we have equipable interactable props, which have different interfaces. So an item is an item, and then an interactable prop is an item which can be moved and interacted with, and then an equipable prop. You can see the layers and layers and layers go on, and we're doing this because we have this new system. Speaking of over engineering, no, there's a reason. There's a reason for all of this. It only needs to be built once. I heard you like interfaces. Exactly. The reason is that, we have this interactable. Notice I can interact with it now. So because what's great, all I had to do was make this an actual interactable item. Now it just works, So couches were actually super easy to make by just extending the base component system. And because this item is interactable, I can select it. It's also movable, so I know I can just move it around. But what I want to do is be able to go up to it and click it and have it move to my hand, right? So I need to be able to equip it and drop it down. Or in my case, when it is equipped in my hand, while I'm holding down my interact key, this one, I want to display this hologram to show where it can be placed, and then when you let go of it, it'll kind of put it in that spot. So I've created this interesting interactor for the female character, and this interactor shows I have a 2-meter distance. I'm absolutely in over engineering hell. Fuck yeah, let's go. Over engineer all the things. So this interactor, FPS interactor script, just literally raycasts in real time. You see the purple on the right, and just picks a random target of anything interactable in front of me. And I have this wonderful little, whenever we have something that is an interactable, it does the material swap and makes it interactable. So I love this is all working now. All I have to do is, just make the thing an interactable. I've been repairing. Oh yeah, I've been repairing and working on a bunch of life things. Car stuff up next. So anyway, I'm trying to make this dynamic rig system, so that way when I'm holding on to certain things, like my coffee cup, we have these specific rig targets that are bound to an item type. So for example, in my rig controller, all I have to do is add another thing and then say, okay, well, this is a mug. And the mug position is going to be found on start by looking for an IK target that has a type of mug. So, we're comparing the enums. And then because it is a mug, I want to weigh in the pinch to 100%, which is the kind of the crab motion. And now, if I want to create something new, I can create a bottle. And then, reference my bottle point, and I can move it around. And the idea is, once I create my rigs in my rig controller, and I create all the empties, then as I'm interacting with these game objects, I'm just doing a comparison, finding the point, and then there's no weird, it's easier to expand. I can just add a new enumerator for a new type, like a cart or something weird, and then I can just go and create an empty, move it around, and reference it in the prop targets and set how the weight of the rig, and then that's it. I can just pick it up. And so these are all one-handed things for props. It'll change a little bit with two-handed props because the rigs have two different targets, but that's the the idea of what I'm trying to create, so we can easily equip things. So because if I, as an example here, if we just go and take the where is our coffee mug? So let me just take the coffee mug, and we're going to put the coffee mug in the mug position, and we're just going to reset the transform, right? And I hit play. So the IK is already kind of set up for a coffee mug. It might fall down because, one thing we do need to do it has a rigid body, so we need to go and make it kinematic. Okay, let me just hit play again. Right, so you know, when the IK is actually set up, wait, what the hell? Why is it pushing me? Oh, it is actually pushing me. Wait, even when it's kinematic? Wait, why is it doing that? Hang on a second. Shouldn't be doing that. Oh, it's also not supposed to be a ship component, but hey. I'm just gonna freeze it. But also, I could also strip like the prop version of itself isn't necessarily. Oh wait, maybe it's its own collider doing that. It is, right. And okay, right. So you can see, you know, the coffee cup is nicely steaming, and we're fine. And it is the coffee cup, that, you know, that I've selected. I need to bake it so we don't select it while it's in the hand, of course. But you know, I want to be able to just hold F while we have it, and we can create the hologram and then place it. And wherever I drag it, it's going to be with, you know, it's going to check a raycast to see, are we within 2 meters? And then whatever we're hitting with that raycast, we're going to take that normal, and that's going to be the up. So if we were like, you know, like hovering it here, it'd be like sticking off on the side, you know, whatever the normal direction is. And then you just let that go, and it'll just go there and fall to the ground, of course, because the rigid body will be... So we need to turn off the colliders when we equip the thing, as well as turning off the rigid body. So that's one thing that we'll need to deal with. Otherwise, we deal with the physics layers, but I don't think that really matters. This is more of a social thing. While we have a coffee mug in our hand, like we're going to be checking colliders or collisions on it or anything like that. But when it's down on the ground, of course, that's going to be a little bit different. So now I have a pickaxe in its own file. When I export it to FBX somehow, Blender sets its position. Make sure your scale is applied. Remember, the golden rule of Blender. Always apply your scale. Right? If you accidentally, you know, if I like accidentally do this and I scale it up to 16 meters, right? See how my scale is like 811? This is actually still a square, right? If I edit this and I bevel it, notice the bevel looks funky. And the reason the bevel looks funky is because it's actually still scale 111. So whenever you're like doing stuff, make sure to always apply scale. Make sure your scale is 111. Make sure that your dimensions are good. Make sure your rotation is good. Okay, good. I'm just going through the things, and then make sure you are in the middle of the world, so that when you import it, when you export it to FBX, and when you're doing your FBX exports, always set your apply scale to FBX all, and you don't need to bake your animations because you're just going to add crap to it. So you can leave space transformation. It doesn't really matter. You can apply units because you're going to switch from Blender units to Unity units, the standard 1 meter. And you know, this is all fine. You don't need to change any of this, but just make sure you're using FBX all. Don't use local scale. Use FBX all. Then go ahead and, you know, save your FBX file, and then bring it into whatever, you know, engine you're using. I should have asked that in the beginning. If you're using, you know, Unity, or if you're using Godot. Different engines have different transform orientations, so you know, that should help when you're in your project. Otherwise, you're gonna get like you're gonna get things that are like scale 100. Could you do like a cross product of the surface and the player's normal to determine if it was a placeable surface? You could if you wanted to, yeah. I'm gonna just let them put it anywhere, like anywhere on the surface, and let it go, and it'll just do whatever. I'm also going to use a node system for like physically placeable items that are in like your truck stop and stuff like that. Oh my god, you know, Christmas music again. Help me. I hate Christmas music. I need to find more better free music that we can stream. Yeah. So the like just like the ship, there's yeah, exactly, dedicated positioning. That way the UUID of the item itself is referenced in a serialized form. So we can take all the data of the room. So the idea is like in the hab itself, when the player logs in, it'll pull in a JSON object, which will be like the UUID of the asset, and then like it's, you know, like which node it's attached to. And then it just goes through each of the nodes and then like, you know, instantiates the item in the hab, like at that point, parented to the node. So like when the player, you know, is inside their hab snapping things around, they can go up to the terminal and save it, and they'll just push to the API. You know, just those UUID changes and, you know, their associated nodes. So then like, you know, obviously they can like move things around a little bit and go crazy, but at least the state it will be just saved, you know, related to the node itself. So if they go and, you know, like push something out the window and it falls, it's still kind of still parented to that node and it's still referenced to the node. So like you know, unless they like unsnap it and snap it onto a different node, then it'll be persistent that way. It'll make it really easy to just kind of save stuff to the server, so they can swap out different like couches and all that kind of stuff. And ideally, I'll figure out a way to like make it a bit more advanced, but I don't think right now it needs to be too crazy. Right. So coffee mug is going to go back. Are we play mode or something? Hi, mug. Oop. Oop. Why are you not letting me move you? Did I lock you in some way? No? Right? I am now so confused. Coffee mug? Oh, whoa, coffee mug? Normally I can just bring coffee mug over and oh, whatever. Let me just do. Yeah, like when you're placing a prefab from the scene, it will actually do what it's supposed to do. But if you're trying to move it once it's already placed, it's so weird. Okay, so this is now fine. So we need in the equipable prop, in the equip the transform, we also need its colliders to be stripped. And then in the drop, we'll do the opposite. All we have to do is take the internal rigid body state, turn off the is kinematic, and let it naturally do what it needs to do. And it should be from the interface. Yeah, okay. Ignore my brain. Right. So what we have to do is based on our current transforms. So for each, yeah. So we'll do colliders. Collider. Is there the base collider class? There is. Colliders equals our current transform get children. Yes. And I'm losing my brain apparently. So get all the colliders. I wonder why, like, and there should never be a collider on the base because the base is not usually ever a mesh. I usually like to have empties for the game object that has my rigid body. So coffee mug itself shouldn't have anything on it other than the rigid body that the internal colliders trigger. That's a discipline. Okay, so we just need, okay, so we have colliders. And then for each of these, each collider, and colliders. Wait, collider and collider. How do I disable it? Enabled. False. And my equipable drop. I gotta send you my 80s best. It's been I've been 1980 obsessed. Hell yeah. I might make this a public. Yeah, we'll do a public void drop, and then we'll add. Same process. So first we'll add back in the colliders. But we'll kind of we'll take our rigid body and we'll turn off the kinematic real quick first, and then we'll add in we'll re-enable our colliders, and then drop kind of handles itself then. But we also need to just let it go wild. But I think we'll actually make it kinematic, or we no, let's just drop it completely so it doesn't. Yeah, so we'll nuke the parent and we'll just let it do its thing, and that'll be fine for the drop. The alt mode, we don't know what And when we use it, we're just going to play the animation of, we're just going to say debug that. Take a sip, even though this will be for all equipable props, but it'll depend on whatever the animator's default action will be. So I'll have an animator on the equipable prop, and we'll just have like the same name. So it'll always look for the same like action state, whatever the use function is. For a prop, it could be like turning it on or doing something, I don't know. I'm just going to say take a sip. Whip the transform, and yeah, real, false. And then the drop function. There should be a key bound in the system dynamically for dropping it. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to find out. Right, so we don't have anything in our hand. I need to get rid of the weight. We got to tell the fish spell to go up to this. It's selectable. I hate you. What has happened? We're okay to quit. But we definitely have not equipped at all. It says that we're okay to equip. So we are here, we're okay to equip. But we're not, I don't think it's saying no target. Is it saying no target? Or are we just not getting back the target from the rig? Because she should, in our rig manager here. We just hit play. We should have one here for the mug. Need another music track. Need another music track that we can multi-stream. So we have a mug position that we're supposed to be parenting to. did we get that position back from the rig manager? So we click. It says we're okay to equip. Does not say, but we did not parent. We also did not. Oh, we did set it to kinematic though. Wait a second. Let me unfreeze the stuff. Maybe that was just a. Now that it's in the world. Okay, it's kind of falling, doing its thing there. Okay, so it did go kinematic. So it is equipping. Interesting. So this is happening. So is it not setting the transform then? Right? Because we're totally, equipping. So equipping. Equipping to, and I'm just going to say the transform. Because it should be equipping to that, and we know this is actually working. So are we getting our components? Are we getting our colliders? Right? Are we just not disabling? Is this parenting that happening? Right? Our own objects parenting should become the transform itself. No, wait. We can't use transform. I'm an idiot. I can, but we got to use this. This transform parent will be the transform reference, because I really like not having underscore cases for IntelliSense for my functions. And so 90% of my issues, like always, are just my brain being weird. And I'm not getting a code smell, but I'm not liking it yet. I'll feel better about it. I build some scriptable objects to store those IK points in some way. I'm wondering if we can build a system that could take these transform positions locally within the player and save them to a vector. So we end up with this nice scriptable object that has like these, positions, which could be dynamic, and then they can, and we'll just have like a literal vector 3 in a rotation stored as like a Euler angles. So then like we need to worry about a transform reference per se, because it'll always be within the player's local space, like here or here or here, and it'll be way easier. No, it could be a JSON object at that point then, because a SO is not going to be able to store a world space transform or an in-scene transform unless it is serialized into something else or whatever. I don't know. We'll visit this, so check it out. Na. Oh, I hate you. What are you doing now? Oh, okay, you are parented, but oh yeah. Okay, hang on. So we're what is my drop button? I don't remember what the drop button is. We're parenting, but we also remember we need to move. Yeah, so we are parenting to the player, but we're actually parenting to the player to the object's current position and not in the hand yet, which is fine. That's a part of the system, but we also need to deparent it. Now I could do it on secondary click, which I might do on a hold or something. But at some point you want it to persist, so it might be impossible to ultimately avoid. Yeah, we don't know until we get there. This needs to be really scalar, so I don't know. That's we're picking up props and stuff. Because ideally, what I want to be able to do is have all these references on each client, and then when a player is interacting with a world item, in the multiplayer sense, all we're going to do is delete the world item and spawn in the new item and set the rig. right? So they'll have like a new instantiated game object within themselves for their own reference, but like the position all needs to be the same, and then their own local, rig targeting is still the same. But the coffee cup that existed in the scene got deleted, and then they have their own, coffee cup, and then it is set that they have that, right? So we kind of like, tell we write an RPC to say this player, on all clients has this coffee cup, and it is a child of them. So we don't have to sync the coffee cup. We just need to spawn the coffee cup on each client's instance. So and then when they place it back down, that transaction needs to happen again, where it needs to spawn into the world at that point and then be removed from the player. Which is great because there's only then 2 points of authority that we have to deal with, And then whenever a player logs in, anything that they have equipped, it can do that instantiation on them loading into the game. So like, oh, what's their equipment? Oh, they have an equipment. Let me give them a coffee cup. Right? Which is then whenever they load in on someone else's client, their inventory is just kind of like synced. So it'll be fine. But like everything, make it work in single player first, then worry about it. So the only thing that is not happening now is we haven't reset the local rotation and the local position. So we parented it, and then we just need to set our transform, our own transform. So yeah, really we should put the transform. Yeah, we'll target transform. I must do this. Equip them to target transform because I really don't want to use this. I don't know. I'm weird. This is smelly. There. Transform. Yeah, because we're getting our own children. Because this would have been all funky anyway. It's probably why the colliders weren't turning off. So we got our parent set, and then our local position is going to be vector 3.0, and then our transform.local rotation is going to be our quaternion, that identity, and voila, we should be good. Right, this equip transform should work. And then I gotta figure out what drop key is. I don't even know what I set drop to. Like I set up all my interactables to have these 4 methods that must be implemented, and the input system binds to them, so it's great. And then runs each object's method. So boop, there we go. We have a coffee. I don't know what drop is. No idea. Because the idea is I don't want to like Fusion wants to be able to test different props in the multiplayer build, and I'm lazy and I don't want to have to go and put them in his hand. So we're putting in the work now to make everything droppable and placeable, so we can just kind of like handle that and not have to worry about it. Beastie Boy, drop. I haven't heard that song. Right, so now wherever there is a coffee cup, so we need a drop. So in the equipment manager itself, there is a drop method. Alt fire. It might not be implemented. I might have created it. So it must be implemented. An iEquipable must have drop, but it is not referenced anywhere. Right. Because we're sending in for our own action. We're actually sending in the component's equipable action, and then its own method will then trigger. So we don't have a drop in the equipment. Because the drop would be super easy. I don't even know if we have a drop key. What's dropping? Is there a drop key in Star Citizen Fusion? Are you still around? Or is it just like holding F? I don't. Maybe there's not like an actual like default behavior for dropping it. Because in the what I want to do is once we have the damn thing actually equipped, and we could actually what about just like toggle, pick up and then drop? Yeah, I need to hold on it too to be in place mode. Place mode is the next thing we need to create, where we can kind of drag around the thing and place it. So IK drop target. Interactable prop. I need more caffeine. Click to pick up, click place. I really need the equipment manager to kind of know. Hey, thanks for the follow. Just another game company. I'm assuming you are just another game company. Yeah, I think we're gonna do hold mouse down for place. I think in Star Citizen it's holding C down as like a modifier. Which is also used when like replacing the cargo. Like pretty much once this domain reload for no apparent fucking reason takes 7 years. I also have my build times down to a minute. It's amazing what you can do, man, when you have all your variants compiling to a file. Because the next part of this equation is we need our weights, right? So we have this one weighed in to our coffee target, right, which is fine because we're gonna go grab it, but all right, so we can move this around and we can move. Oh, but the issue is though, when we have our tractor beam up, we don't really want to just immediately grab the coffee mug. Maybe we need to, like, while we're holding F, we can grab it. Maybe that's the key. That way we can still kind of, while holding F, if it's in our hand, we're placing it. And if we tap, you know, if we're holding F and we click it in the scene, then we can kind of grab it. It's like a... Because it's still not dropping or anything. We can do right... Oh wait, Alt is middle... We could do middle mouse button to drop, actually. Because middle mouse button, I think it's alt mode. Hang on, let me see. On the trigger, it's V is alt mode. But that's on my offhand, so that could be kind of weird. Let me change that back. How is your day going? Just another game company? Speaking of whichever random destroyed. Yeah, let's see. We can actually fix these IK points at some point now too. So I think middle mouse button would be a really good drop. I don't know what I have. Yeah, I don't even know if I have a middle mouse button. There's a lot of kind of like cracks in the system I'm noticing now, where I kind of like created systems, and then like there's focus, which is C, preview, which is Z, menu pad, it's F1 key, camera, enter, cancel, spawn, toggle mode. Yeah, the mode key of the item is V. So if the item itself has a unique mode, And fire alt, I think, is right click. Fire left, this is left click. So I don't really have a middle mouse button. There's interact, which is F and down. Yeah. I don't know what to call that interaction, but everyone has a mouse pad. It would be kind of interesting to kind of set up, you know, I would like a universal drop just to be able to test it. Be like, hey, does things actually drop on the ground? Because, you know, if it can deparent and also unequip itself, then it's good. I can quickly, you know, go from one thing to another and see, you know, what slot it kind of goes in. You know, what happens if we drop our, you know, our actual, you know, currently equipped, you know, tractor beam or whatever. You know, can we grab it? Does it go to the right slot? How are you managing key bindings? Like command pattern input system? It's the new input system. I subscribe to whatever events I need in whatever script I need it. So for example, in the FPS interactor, all I have to do on the input system is, you know, go ahead and reference our player controls from the input system's generated script. Then I just enable the player controls, but I'm only subscribing to the firing events because those are the only ones I need, right? So then like this script on its own, like the FPS interactor on its own, just uses whatever inputs it needs. And then I can, you know, I can kind of pick, you know, if it's when I'm doing the action itself, I can check and see if we're like, you know, client authority or if we're not or whatever. So it doesn't really matter if it's bound. And then I just bind it to the action of, you know, what's happening. Right? In this case, it's just firing, which is equipping the item. If there's a prop set, and you could do in the input system then in any of your like, you know, alt mode stuff. Like what was one I did? There was one I actually. Oh yeah, the camera controls is a good example of an alt mode where while I'm holding Z, it zooms. So if I go to like you know, like third person here, and I hold Z, I can like move around while holding Z. Look around and whatever. It's kind of a little bit jank, but you know, it works. And then we go and grab our little coffee cup, right? That I can just kind of zoom in, zoom out, and I don't know, stick the camera somewhere. I do need to fix that. I didn't realize you could jump up on that. Right, so those are like kind of combinations. We yeah, the new input system is ridiculously confusing for a new person using it, but it's really easy. It's just not clear. It's like 1,000 ways of doing things with the new input system, and they don't really specify which one is the best way of doing anything. So you're like stuck in limbo. What would we call mouse click? Maybe just middle mouse? Middle mouse? I don't know what action to call it. It's more of a... You know, because it's not... yeah, it's not really a default action by name. And on middle mouse, then we would just... yeah, I guess I just call it middle mouse. I mean, it is what it is. Move, look, jump, roll, sprint, focus. I don't really have an act, you know, I don't know what to call it. It would be like an alt action or something like that. I have a fire alt, and it could be like an alt mode. So fire alt I think is actually right click. And I don't want to create one called alt. That's not the alt key, because that's not really what I mean by it. It's more like an action. I'm just going to call it mouse middle. or middle mouse. Just so I have something to we'll do middle mouse button in mouse and keyboard. Weird, but fine. And it will be yeah, I'll leave it. If I need to, I'll just rename it, but it'll just be a pain in the bum. And then in the input system, what I can do is here in the equipment manager. See, normally I'm actually just getting, I'm feeding from the FPS controller the input. So we would just do, right, these are the binds. So all we would do is subscribe to player.middlemouse.enable. And we're only going to do performed because it's just a button. And we're going to do on middle mouse, and then we'll just, we'll set it to do whatever it wants to do. It's super easy. It's just really wordy. I really hate the input system. But then we also have to make sure we're disabling it. And we'll do middle mouse, and we'll desubscribe to middle mouse. And it's going to bitch and complain for 10 seconds, but then we'll go down to... I used to have these nice little separators here for this. Oh yeah, there's regions. Normally I have them all collapsed. Then we'll do our middle mouse, which will be an input action context. And once again, it's only ever going to do anything, so we're going to just say middle mouse as a function, which will be actually called something more sensible. Yeah, so this input region can be closed, and then here's our menu function, and the next one's going to be the our middle mouse. Yeah, what does it do when we hit our middle mouse? And all we're going to do is say, okay, well, equipment, and then we have our main function, so we'll do our equipment drop, and then in equipment we'll have a drop function. Right, so it's very similar to the alt and the plus and the fire. Public void drop. And we'll just go through every equipment slot and look for the slot that is selected. And then we're just going to get the equipable, and we're going to send in the drop. And that'll run whatever the default drop function would be on the equipable, and trigger it on the actual item. And I don't know what I was gonna say, what is it complaining about? It's not really complaining. And ideally, when I'm spamming it, we kind of want some feedback that it's doing something, but I don't know. I'm not really getting anything here. So let's go into our equipable. Or in this case, the thing that is equipable, which is the equipable prop. Yeah, because this needs to be sent into the equipable function and not the base item. So we might actually need to do something a little bit different and make sure that we're doing it on the prop itself, if it is a prop. So in the equipment manager, we want to go through the items and instead, for the drop, because we're only going to be dropping right now, not necessarily equipables, but equipable props, we'll run the drop method, because they should still be equipable. And then only if the item slot actually is an equipable prop will it run this anyway, so let's see if it runs the drop function. And ideally, if we can just get to that point where we're just like equipping stuff and dropping stuff, it'd be kind of cool. I'm getting a null reference, which is good. So, boop. Not doing anything. Okay, we're not getting a debug on it. Let me see if we're actually running so we'll do equipment. Make sure that's doing that, and then in the equipable, because this is public, I'm going to do debug.log. Equip drop, and this should simply go as our transform name, maybe, if there is one, because I'm lazy and don't want to profile it. I mean, is it the equipment manager? Maybe the equipment manager is not receiving from the FPS the drop sequence. So we got it, and it is attempting to drop it. So for each item slot, if the slot number. Oh right, it has to be the selected slot number, so we have to be in 3. Gotta run Kitchen later. Have a good one, Codex. So really, we actually do need to kind of temporarily check, see if it is an equipable item. Yeah, kind of null trick it. And we also need to be in the slot that we're going to be dropping. Yeah, and then we can do this, and then I'll check it. And then we can run a prop drop. But the slot number actually needs to matter, so I think we need to make sure when we're equipping this thing, that we're also only turning it on when we're in the actual, the right slot that we've assigned it to. Right now it's visible on each one. But technically it should only be visible on number 3, because that should be 3, I think, is our prop slot that we've kind of set for this. So when we pick things up. Right, so technically we should be in 3, which will be the right, and now if we middle click, it actually drops. And the only issue is we're not driving the rig in that slot, which we know, because we're obviously not we're not doing anything with that right now. But also the colliders, I don't know if the colliders actually turned back on because the coffee actually disappeared. So we need to make sure that they're actually becoming enabled and that things are becoming kinematic. So, so we can just, go and grab our coffee, go to the slot for the coffee. Oh, but it turned it off. But it's this way. Yes. Okay, but it's falling through. So we're very close on the system kind of slowly starting to work and being clean. Just remember, for every line of code I write in the last like 4 hours, I'll have to spend like 8 hours cleaning it up and making sure that it's all good and that it's all like kind of tested in some degree. And I really need to get better at writing unity tests, but you know, I'll learn as it wastes my time, and I don't want it wasting my time. Yeah, because when we're switching the slots, we need to set the active target. So we shouldn't really be worried about like which, like, as long as there is an item in the slot, we should be setting it to active anyway, regardless of what type of item it is, because it is the base item, like, in itself. Yeah. Right, so our prop equipment slot. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's on the interactable prop, because that's its responsibility, or equipable prop. So we're setting it to be kinematic. We're getting rid of the parent. I don't know if the colliders are enabling. I feel like they're not. And that's a problem, but we are going through. Maybe we need to enable our colliders before we go ahead and drop the rigid body and let it fall. Make sure the colliders are actually enabled before it starts the simulation. Because I think by itself, if we use our tractor beam to move the item, it should fall on its own. So I'm wondering, like, why. You know, why we're able to pick it up and but not. Yeah, why does it go through? What is the state right now of the of our copy mug? So we are definitely not kinematic. We are falling. We are in the ground. Yep, we are free falling. We do indeed have our mesh collider re-enabled. So I'm wondering, yeah, because we should have already pre-baked everything when it came live, so it should turn off and on. I just wonder if we need to enable or disable. It's very weird that it falls but doesn't fall on the floor. Because from a collision perspective, I think all of this is in default. And should be fine. Like, by default, we should be able to push it off and have it do its thing. Right, I would like to be able to not have it when we equip it. Yeah, so the order of things is I drop it. It's very weird because its rigid body shouldn't be using gravity anyway. And it's not. So it should be getting gravity from the station manager. Its collision detection could be continuous, but I don't think it needs to be. Yeah, and there's no overrides. It's really weird that it's like not you know, I'm dropping it, but it's you know, like this thing drops fine. Yeah, we need to make sure that we can't pick it up if we don't have F held. Alright, I'm gonna go and interact with it. Yeah, so it is doing the equipment drop. See? It's like literally perfect. I wonder, let's drop it in the ship. I wonder if it's a layer issue. But I feel like that shouldn't matter at all. You know, it should be quite straightforward. We should be like, I want that coffee mug, here it is. And, you know, we should just be able to kind of jump into the ship here. And then we're going to go to the third equipment slot and drop it. And it did the same thing. It, I wonder if it has like kinetic energy of some sorts. Like where did it end up? Wait, why is it there? Where did it go? Up. Now I'm like, see where it's not static or anything. It's so bizarre. What if we go, okay, let's go into 0G and drop it. Why is it falling? That's the weird thing. It has a rigid body, so it's probably registering with the gravity manager. I get that. What are we looking for? The system. Right, so there's two gravity volumes. In these gravity volumes, one of these is affecting one of them should be affecting our but it shouldn't be falling through. So the big one, yeah, the big one is this one. So registered in this one is the coffee mug. So the coffee mug is being influenced by this one. Its mass is super small though. And reparenting it should have automatically reassigned. I mean, it could be, I guess, under the same thing as ship component. Yeah, I could actually put coffee mug under ship component. Ship interior, snap point. Yeah, I don't have an interior component. Not that I'm layer checking anyway. But we can. Yeah. Very weird. Yeah, why does it ignore the mesh collider? after we've deparented it. Weird. Unless we didn't deparent it immediately. Are we actually deparenting it right away? So we go and we grab it. And we go to 3 twice, and we... No, we are definitely deparenting it. Why is it ignoring any collisions? Is there something about... We deparent it, we turn... we grab our collider references from our own self. And we turn them on. I don't think there's actually like anything we need to update when we do that. Yeah, no, I think we're good. We just need to enable it. And it is enabled. And then the rigid body not being null. I don't think there's anything else we need to do on the rigid body or that type of simulation. I mean, we do this all the time, but other cargo, it's kind of weird. That's being weird like that. It's not like... Right, unless it had angular... Unless it did have velocity. Like some crazy velocity or something like that. I don't think it does. I mean, we can kill it, but not... Because it does kind of accelerate really quickly. We're cooking video. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think that's the issue. Nice. Right, so here we are. We go to the coffee cup. It is interactable. So we grab it. We're good. And we go to number 3 because that's our prop scene. Oh, it is the velocity. And we just go and that back up again. And just kind of... Of course it's cool. It's actually going to be an amazing system once I actually spend 7 years cleaning it up and making it dynamic and setting up these IK points that can be male and female friendly. No, we're not. This is not a hack it stream. This is a do things right stream. Thanks for the follow. What do you mean hack the shit out of it? Wait a minute. And check this out. Watch. Oh no, okay, so we need to make sure that we deregister. We need to deregister the gravity volume manager. We make sure like while it's kinetic in your hand that we're not actually registering it with the station manager. What's weird though, so we need to do a broadcast, because when we go with 0G we want to be able to just like let it go and it should just float, right? But it's still being registered by the station manager's own gravity. Or the ship's own gravity, depending on, like, you know. So it's not like passing. It shouldn't have a. Oh, okay, no, it is. So what is the coffee? We really need to put it in its own thing. I'm gonna stick it in the cargo volume, because in the cargo volume, it'll dynamically it'll be considered cargo, so it should like shift with cargo. Let me just see if it'll do it now, and then I'm gonna do like a props thing. I don't really like I want props to kind of like not be treated so seriously, but we do need gravity to be applied to them. So like, whoop, we have a prop. 3. Oop. Where'd it go? Oh, it like stopped over here-ish. Where's it gone? Okay, so in the cargo layer, it is ignoring. Man, that worked fun when we were killing velocity on it, though. I also want to make sure we do it. We can select it not just directly, but with the raycast from the cursor, and not the. No. So the physics layer doesn't like it being considered cargo. I'm gonna stick it on default actually. Just for now, I'm just gonna see if it works on the default physics layer. I think it probably won't. I have a lot of layers set up for a lot of things for performance purposes, but it won't help to just try it. Okay, so there it is. It's nice and stable. We have it. 3, drop. Okay, it's good. Grab it again. Come over here. Lay it back on the shelf. Grab it again. Oh no, in the default. So we need it to. Oh shit! I wonder, how can we deregister it from the gravity volume when we pick it up? When we pick it up, so that's one thing. Yeah, that'll have to be an event. I don't really want to have to reference the station's gravity volume. We define it. Be like, hey. We're being picked up by a player, but we are the player, and we do have access as a player to the volume at which is containing us. So we could, through reference of the player, deregister the item, because what's happening is we take the thing out of the gravity volume, and it's still being applied by it. So when we do this and we drop it, it's still falling because it still thinks it's in gravity. And we don't want it to be in gravity. You know what I mean? We want it to be deregistered when they. Oh! But that's easy. That's easy. We can, when we leave gravity, we can actually just immediately not just deregister our own rigid bodies, but any child rigid body, but any child rigid bodies at all that are within our person. We can actually just say, if this exists, deregister it, and it wouldn't be like extremely performant. So in our gravity volume, so in our gravity volume, because it is disabled right now, but it should still exist as a reference. It's just gonna have inner stations, gravity volume when the player leaves, because we don't it's no big deal to do a find and parent or some rigid bodies. So if we are the player, so on trigger exit, we get our actual attached rigid body, which is us. And if we're the player, then if the affected body contains the rigid body, then we remove it, and then we're kind of like setting our gravity manager if the gravity manager is affected. But what we can do is we can strip child RVs, which will strip registration of equipment no matter what. So we can actually, because we have our affected bodies list from the gravity volume. So we can actually just go and say our rigid body are these child are these are going to be get component and children rigid bodies, because they're all parented at this point to the rigs. So if we have children at all, right, then for each of the children, for each of the in the child rigid bodies, then we'll do the exact same thing. We'll just say if the affected bodies contains the child, then remove the child. So, and this will strip all of the children whenever we leave, because we don't, there won't be no need of any children on the player when we leave the station. So it should, help deregister anything that's like on our person that we have as an equipment, an item, cargo box. So we should be able to take the right. So here we are, and we go, and we like, boop, we have coffee. Look, and then we do this, and we like, oh, dropped it on the floor, and then it's in 0G. The only thing is, this didn't save. Our coffee mug didn't save when we changed it back to a ship component. It can stay a ship component, so that it works. Okay, so let's just make sure that it's working inside. No, hi, physics layer. Coffee mug was deparented, and its colliders were activated. Fine enough. It's really weird. Like, what do we have it in before? Cargo, ship interior. I thought it worked fine as cargo. I think there's a lot of stuff working in this thing. Right? It's so weird. We pick it up. We drop it. Now, it's not colliding still. Thanks. I don't think it needs to be tagged. I'm gonna just go and grab it and leave gravity with it. And then, no, it's not. It's very weird. It might be the mesh collider is too like high resolution. I actually don't know why that mesh collider is actually so insane. Because it really shouldn't be. Why is that mesh collider? Oh, it's not on the prop. Like, we could just put a box collider on it. It won't roll then, but I mean, does the coffee mug really need to roll? I can create a lower quality cylinder for the time being, but this will and the lot group is disabled, So I'm just wondering if we should just kind of just keep it simple. And then get rid of the mesh, because we never... where is it? Right, loud 0, mesh collider, go away. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's just there's too much geometry on the mesh collider. It's kind of freaking out because it's not getting the opportunity to kind of like pre-bake itself like it does on Awake. Okay, so here we have it. Oop, and we drop it. Oh. It doesn't seem to care. So weird. Na, 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 na. Why are you having trouble colliding with this floor? Which also is just a standard mesh collider on the surface layer. Which is fine. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need cooking as fast. This is fine. Yeah, what caused it to be nice and stable? Maybe I need to do a physics update when we do the deparenting. I wonder if when we finally reparent it, when we have this rigid body, where are we? Hello, bubble prop. So we do all this, we set the position, we're good. When we do the drop, we have a rigid body, we're setting it. I wonder if we need to do like a physics dot second. Unity, let's say physics update. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, no, not what I'm looking for. There is a simulate. Right? I wonder if we actually need to do. I don't think now, because it should be an auto simulation. We shouldn't need to do it by script. Calls to simulate physics manually when automatic simulation is turned off. Will be called at a rate defined. Note that if you pass frame rate independent step values into time, your simulation will be non-deterministic. Basic simulation with a timer. If auto simulation, otherwise add a timer, simulating manually. No, not what I wanted. What is caused? I wonder why. Because all I do with my cargo boxes, you know, we were just turning off and on is kinematic. That's all we're doing. It's fine. It doesn't go through the floor. It's works fine. And we are killing the velocity. It's there in the scene. In cargo layer right now, but it should be fine. Yeah, we pick it up. And so we're not freezing it or anything. It could be the interpolation. It might need to have a higher interpolation while it's not resting. I don't think so though. Oh, 3, 3. Pop it, and it just goes through. I'm gonna change the interpolation on it to be continuous, but I shouldn't have to. It's probably like slipping through during the process of adding. Makes no sense. So, you know, boop-a-doop-a-doo, boop-a-doop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, boop. Yeah, it is. I don't really want continuous simulation. Maybe we can set it temporarily. No? So we're not, I don't want to have all these, well, we can make the prop sleep. Once it's like, once it's kind of rested for a while. That could kind of work. Okay, that's fine. Setting the interlinear velocity of a kinematic is not supported. Oh yeah, because wait. If we made it kinematic. Oh right, we would have to make it kinematic, then set the velocity to 0. But the rigid body does exist by reference, though, even as a kinematic rigid body. So I'm wondering why we're not stripping the reference to it. So what we want to do is check the station's gravity manager, or the big gravity volume. Jotson, thank you so much for the follow. All right, so we're gonna check the gravity manager for the affected rigid bodies. So hit play, and our okay. So where is our friend registered right now? Our cargo mug. Not in that gravity volume, so in this gravity volume. So here is our rigid body in our gravity manager. So what we want to do is when we pick it up and we leave gravity, I want to see if it deregisters. So it should deregister the coffee. Wait, no, it did. So it deregistered the player and put the player back in. But it's definitely not removing our friend child. So and it's kind of freaking out, but it's pointer value. That's fine. Okay, so when we're leaving, what type of gravity volume is this? Gravity volume station? Yes. When we, the player, are exiting, I'll trigger enter. We're gonna register it. Okay. Yeah, so here. Anything attractable we're removing. Get components and children. So our child rigid bodies. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Wait, it's our RB. Yeah, our players child rigid bodies. Then we'll remove them. And now we're good. Now we should be able to, you know, take our wonderful little coffee cup into 0G and let it go, and it should be deregistered to any station or any ship. So we should see 0G coffee here in a second. And then most of the prop stuff will work because it's a whole system. So we have prop, lay it back down, pick it back up, lay it back down, pick it back up, lay it back down, pick it up, into the 0G. We boop. Oh no. Coffee, I need you. Oh no, it went to the gravity volume. Okay, good. We fucking rock. Now we can throw now we can just launch coffee mugs at people. We boop. Perfect. No, we're never gonna get our coffee mug back again. Easy peasy, chat. Easy peasy. Yeah, cool. So that's gonna need an absolute metric ton of code cleanup. But hey, that's what we do, right? Because I want to be able to do the same thing with the guns. You know what I mean? Like now that I've gotten the coffee mug to be, picked up and dropped. Like while I have this gun equipped, we should be able to click the middle mouse button and drop the gun. But these are like hard coded. But we also need the weights to be assigned only when we're in the right mode for it. Yeah, we should be interpolating those weights as well. How are you doing, Jotson? Right, so now soon, let me go and take the ship. This is a little tiny bit. Doing good. How are you? Oh, we're great. Working on we're doing a bunch of PR lately for the game. Just doing a bunch of Patreon stuff to try to get things moving. But so like a lot of like this is the first time I've kind of deep dived into like a bit more game design or game development in itself. So now let's see if the coffee cup is it's probably not going to deregister from the ship gravity either, but it should naturally by so if we play it here, yeah, it's going to fall through because there's actually no collider down there, so it should be coffee mug, thank you. Oh, I have the tractor, the coffee mug to here, so I can pick it up. Boop. Okay, we're good. Am I making this alone? Yep. Yeah, that's my little Star Citizen clone. It has more things than you could ever imagine. Dynamic gravity volumes, real, gravity, realistic flight model, full physics simulation. So like, like we're not even on an angle. We turn this on and increase the thrusters. So, the whole system is, what are we, we're actually stuck on something. What are we stuck on? Oh, we were like stuck on the other ship. I'm like, what the hell? Oh yeah, and if gravity becomes nested, it can get kind of funky as well, because you can have two gravity volumes applying influence to each other, and I need to actually fix that depending on the gravity manager. But even while we're moving, I can get out of the seat and we can walk around. We can buy cargo, sell cargo, experience coffee. Right, there's a lot of like mechanics from Star Citizen that I just like really wanted to just experience, and I was just tired of waiting. So I'm trying to get like 90% of all the all the base SC mechanics in, and boop. Let me show you the like crazy shit. This is like not the crazy shit. This is just basic physics stuff. No, the thing is, everywhere I go, we're not gonna have. How long do you think you are? I'm 1 year in. I started working on it last year. I didn't know any C#, and I definitely didn't know any Blender, and obviously that's changed. But check this out. So all of the flight model is fully runtime. So all the ships that are coming in right now to land, they'll kind of register on approach. They'll kind of like ask for a landing pad. And they're fully dynamic. All the NPCs and everything, they go to their own ships. They will fly their own ships. They have collision avoidance, combat. Just all the basics. We have multiplayer. Right, so everything is multiplayer. We can just play together. I'm gonna try to make some mini games like pool, and obviously blackjack and hookers. So we need to have cards and all that kind of stuff. So There'll be salvage. Yeah. Oh no! Why is it firing straight? Oh, the look target is still messed up on this one. Shit. So we're not. Oh yeah, the rig. The male in this one needs. Forgot the original player needs to be fixed. That's cool. My idea on my idea list is a game where you do like air traffic control for a space station. Oh yeah, that's fucking cool too. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm assuming. Yeah, it's exactly the situation here. The female player doesn't have the rig manager assigned. Hang on. We need to go to rigs. Copy each one of these back to the main player. Rig manager base. Gotta do each one of these and then we'll. I was the blackjack dealer for a casino for half a year. That's awesome. Oh. Yeah, the only thing is I need to re-add the mug target, which is all we really need right now. The rigs are going to be a lot more complicated. So we need to get the the other rig from the male copied over, the one for the fighter jet. Okay, so this should fix the female, and now let's delete this one from the rigs and apply it. And go ahead and take the rig script and apply it. Okay. And that should be fine on all of them now. So I want to do salvage. I'm trying to build a system to generate like a voxel-based ship hull, so we can. So like all the ships are fully destructible, and then they become salvage. Yeah, I could have jumped in my ship and actually blew up the other ship. That would have been probably the smarter thing to do, but you know, hindsight 2020. I'm gonna blow this guy up now. It takes a lot of manual damage to right now. Each of the parts just register. There's 64 pieces per ship, but they're gonna it's gonna be obviously more like, you know, artistically like cooler when there's debris and stuff and whatnot. Yeah, so this whole like, you know, truck stops. The idea, you know, is you can log into the game and there's a slice. Let's see if this main player is broken. I'm assuming all of the prefabs are kind of broke from me making changes to it. So, nope. I think nope. This one's broke too. Crap. But yeah, so you can like kind of, you know, buy cargo, load it up. There's our space combat version. And let's go downstairs real quick here. So, what I'm doing right now is I'm funding the game on Patreon, and then to you know, help back everything, you can you know, just have players have their own halves, so you kind of get your own little you know, your own little truck stop type thing. It's a work in progress, but you know, you just place the kind of code and chill out and relax when you're you know, not space trucking. Oh, what anyway, guys? It is almost 9:30. I'm gonna go raid someone. Finish doing a bit of cleanup, and then tomorrow I'll finish cleaning up this code. I'll spend like a couple hours making it good, and then tomorrow we'll do the this rig here. Because in this scene. Right, so here, I have a feeling this is gonna be broke. Nope, this one's not broke. So here's the space combat ship. So, you know, this one's fully rigged up with a custom IK, and what we want to do is get these targets bindable. So we'll set the you know, the 4 locations up. We'll create like a seat, and it'll be a prop, and the seat will have its IK targets, and then we'll get those, and then drive our own IK with them. So then, you know, we'll have very soon Goob, and Travel the World just stopped by to say hi. Good seeing you. We're doing some cool. We can now pick up the things on our own. We can now grab the coffee cup. Super awesome. Right, so that's the you know, it's all the work in progress. You know. How you doing, Goob? Oh, but yeah, it's a bit of work. But I'm really excited to get this one in multiplayer and actually be able to fly it around and get more of the, you know, obviously it's very art basic, right? It's just a gray box, but it won't be gray box. It'll be, you know, feature complete eventually, like everything in the game. And then we'll be blowing shit up. But anyway, we're gonna go find someone in the raid. Thank you guys again. If you're interested in checking out the project, I've seen you around the other channels. It's good to see you streaming. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, every day, you know, I'm here grinding it out. And, you know, it's been fun. Are we looking at it now? Like on the stream? Or on Discord after the fact? off stream? Oh, man. Okay, alright. Oh god, what am I doing? Okay. Let's find someone. I got the fly F-18 again? In reality? I am tired, man. My eyes keep bugging out. I don't know if the light's killing me or my tired, man. My eyes keep bugging out. I don't know if the light's killing me. Oh, hi me. Let's go check the Unity category. Hey, thanks for the $5. You just pretty much paid for my coffee. It used to be in the RAF. That's awesome. Oh, okay. Where are we going? I'm dying. I don't even know, man. There's nobody that I recognize in this category. Maybe Team Bash. Anyone else in just general software and category that I know? Anthony writes code. Making Among Us in WoW. What? This person. They're doing Blender. Let's do this person. You too. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. And make sure you guys jump on the Discord. And, you know, Discord, Patreon if you're interested in checking out the project or funding it. And here we go.
So we're moving on to this one next. Since we are... Oh! Is it Ravier? Oh, my capital letters are on there. Is it Ravier? Ravier? Uh-oh, feel free to let me know. Jotson, hello, how's it going? Oh, Revere? Hello, welcome in. Oh, I don't remember what I said now. Revere, right? Yeah, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Yeah, I would like to learn Blender. Yeah, it's definitely convenient. Both ZBrush and Blender are fun to learn though. Yep, that's true. How was stream? How's it going? Is it the plotter? Hello. Looks nice. Oh, thank you. Good. Oh, I'm glad that your stream went well. Travel the World 604 raid. Welcome in. Good, you're working on a space